All right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome. Happy, I guess, Friday, because it's after midnight here. Um, I had a work meeting at 9 in the morning, so when I got home from work, I obviously had to sleep. And yeah, whatever, had to do some stuff around the house and stuff. Relax for a bit, and now we're here. But yeah, how's it going, Sweetheart? And Mr. Left Pickle, hello. How is everybody? So we need to get this account setting stuff finished. But we're kind of in a predicament here. Um, because of an oversight on my part of how the account settings work, which is a bummer. I'm not sure the best way to tackle it. So we put this stuff together to make it so we can convert new accounts into the new stuff. Actually, it hasn't even landed yet, but there's a pull request to make the default account settings handler create account settings um, if the protocol doesn't implement the new method, it uses the old ones. The problem is we don't really use that in the account editor, and that was an oversight on my part. And it's a bummer because this is a real pain in the ass, right? So what happens is in the account editor, when we call set account, we actually we should probably clean all that stuff up right away too. But we call editor update, and what this does is it grabs. So wait, it gets the protocol, then it calls update login options. Yeah, so it calls all this on the account. What do we use the protocol here for, though? Let's get up in the other stuff. Then we get the user splits from the protocol. That part's gone now. Okay, wait, maybe this will work. The problem is we need to build the UI, but there's so much stuff that's intertwined in here that makes it shitty. And like the protocol has the default options, and then the account so part of what we're really trying to do is we're trying to clean up the serialization of accounts and get rid of the XML stuff and all that stuff. And I really want to get this done before the XP4 release. But so part of it here is parse current error, parse account. Right, so this is just going to go through and look for the settings, and then it's just going to load each setting and drop it into a hash table. And this, I guess, is okay. I don't know. Shit's going to be broke for a bit. That's that's the way it goes. It sucks, but what are we going to do, right? It's unfortunate, but yeah. But so like demo's not a good one for this, but like an IRC, right? So yeah, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna get rid of the local. Well, maybe we should be able to use the local alias here. That shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah, so I think this is already tied to everything, but I'm not positive. But things will get a little goofy here, but it's okay. All right, well, let's start with this. I'd started this the other day, but I hadn't gotten too far with it, but that's all right. I just threw everything away to restart it. Account settings, user splits. Oh. Rebase minus D. What was it? Just account setting string list. Account setting string list. I had some updates I had to do there. Oh no, shit, we're gonna do that. Let's do that first. So Ivanhoe kind of pointed out an issue we have with the account setting string list, which we should just address and take care of right away. And originally I was trying to be lazy and make it so I didn't want to say that we don't support defaults because I didn't want to do the work, and I was like, maybe there's a use case for this. The problem is if we allow defaults, the the API gets weird and confusing. So we need to just not allow default or I say defaults, duplicates. Duplicates. That's what we're talking about here. Duplicates. So also, I'm not sure how long we're going to stay on tonight because, you know, I mean, it's already 12:20 here, but, you know, wanted to be on here regardless. Item. Items with duplicate IDs are not allowed. We're just going to go do all this stuff. I wanted to try to avoid this, but it's okay. Items with duplicate IDs are not allowed. Yeah. Returns true if the item was added successfully. If ID is null, any previously active item will be deactivated. If ID is not null, an item with ID cannot be found, the active item will not be changed. Okay, that's fine. Right, so that's really all we need to do for the API. Right, I'm purposely trying to keep this API super simple. That's why I was like, all right, well, let's go this route. But like I said, it makes stuff confusing, especially when you're talking about the active one and because what happens, like which one is activated when you have more than one with the same ID? And the answer is the first one, because we don't do any detection. So so the annoying part is we have to walk through it. It's okay. It's annoying. For GUint I 0, I is less than list items length I plus plus. Verb localized strings are item equals G pointer array index list items I if counts car star item ID. We're gonna do this way. Like in the past, I would have been okay like mixing and matching stuff in the initializer. Now that stuff just feels so gross. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. If verb equal I realized it might have been nice to have a verb lookalike string has ID because that would simplify this, right? Because then we could just, if we had that, not that we're going to go create it right now, right? But instead of all this, we could just say, you know, if verb localized string has ID, item ID, then return false, right? But it's not a thing. Yeah, we are syncing the reference on this, right? Or we're taking the reference. We are. We're not saying it, but oh no, we're create. Okay, yeah. You don't give us an item yet. I mean, we've been trying to get the so Instant Messaging Freedom is is a nonprofit we created back in 2007. We've never really promoted it much or stuff like that. Over the past couple of years, I've been trying to get it to work with PayPal Giving Fund so that we can pop it up on Twitch. So the idea is that, you know, people will donate to I Am Freedom and not necessarily me directly, because I Am Freedom has bigger goals than just me, but, you know, whatever. But yeah, so that's been there for a bit, but yeah. So you should have seen it before. I'm kind of confused, but whatever. But yeah, so anyways, something like that might have been cool, but, you know, whatever, this is fine. But if verbs are equal item ID, comma ID, right, ID is the field, yep. Then we just return false. Look for existing items. And then that'll take care of that. How's it going, Radu? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hopefully you're doing well. Okay. Do. Yep. No existing item PID, so edit. Perhaps, but how good support does Purple Pigeon have for plugins? Given the website giving the impression plugins should be written in C or even Perl. So historically, plugins were supported as native plugins, so anything that could compile to native code, although it was kind of bring your own language bindings. And then Perl and TCL were the main supported ones. There were a couple Python loaders that got created around every now and then, stuff like that. So in Purple 3, we have an entirely new plugin library that basically, well, right now it supports Lua, Python, and native plugins. So yeah, what are you looking for, Alec? For what languages or what? I mean, we have a whole plugin system. It just depends on whether or not you can make it callable from C, because that's the important part. Also, the website is still focused on Purple 2 and Pidgin 2 because Pidgin 3 and Purple 3 are still unreleased. So there's that part. Oh, it's just account setting. Lewis, yeah. One of the reasons we went with Lua is because it is easy, right? So yeah. Roman Empire says, I have my mechanical pencil, caffeine, one page of discrete math homework, and a dream. Time to turn and burn. Nice. Yeah, the Lua stuff. Lua has its quirks, just like all languages, but it should be fine. We're still not necessarily able to write a protocol plugin in the in one of the interpreted languages. Um, there's still some remnants from way back in the day where like you needed to pass around C function pointers and stuff, which obviously does not work in Python or Lua or whatever. So we're still working on trying to get that stuff ironed out and taken care of, but we're getting there. Like sooner or later, it'll happen. We'll get there. All right, so we're gonna update these tests. That one's fine. Add item verified, another verified. So this test definitely needs to be set. G assert not reached. Again, we're modifying a unit test. We want to make sure that it fails until we know that it's good. We're gonna add a G boolean results equals false. So each time we call add result equals this. G assert true. Gonna buy some houseplants today? Nice. I really need to get houseplants at some point, but cats. And then it's the whole thing of like, all right, we'll make sure they're not toxic to the cats. Stuff like that. And I don't know, I got a garden and a greenhouse and stuff, so I should probably just I almost said build houseplants. Grow houseplants. Alright, so we should only have one item here. This should not have been called. This won't work. This code is not necessary anymore. Oh, no, sorry. I'm messing this up. This is wrong. This should definitely be true. This is not the duplicate. The duplicate is right here. Okay. Add a duplicate and verify it did not get added. Not only toxic, but also not. This plant should be pushed to the floor. Yeah, that too. Or climbed on. Or, yeah. Parents got your cat, so you have no pets anymore for the first time and since you were kindergarten. Live in a place that has no pet. Oh, wow. Yeah, we didn't have pets as I was growing up. My partner and I, years ago, got Slater. And then a year after that, we got Big Boy. Well, got big boy is one way to put it. He was outside and getting sick all the time. So we brought him in. Did I update this yet? I did not. All right. Yeah, so I need to update that. Big boy passed about a year ago. Well, a year ago next month. Um, but yeah. But we currently have 8 cats in the house. Um, we brought in a feral mama that was thank you. We brought in a feral mama, and she had 6 kittens. So still trying to figure out what to do there, but yeah. It's a lot of cats. We have them separated. Mama and the babies are upstairs, and Slater is in the first floor, which is where I am right now. But the kittens are going to be 14 weeks on Saturday. Parents have 5, and they're kind of struggling. Yeah, I mean, 6 of them are kittens, right? They're 14 weeks old. So it's really just dealing with their energy, which is a lot. So yeah, it is. It's that's the struggle. 271 results should be true. Yeah, why did that fail? What? Item, not item ID. Yeah, the kittens, they have so much energy too. It's ridiculous. Oh, fuck. That's the problem. Never put the return in there. There's a compile warning about it, but I was ignoring it because I just ran the unit test right away. All right, cool. So made to the end of our unit test, 292. We're in the wrong file. Okay. Does the other one... The other one should be fine. Yeah, okay. But yeah, it's funny. All but one of the kittens are very friendly with me. He's just so scared. He runs away every time I get close to him. Fuck, it is warm in here. It's supposed to get to like 80 tomorrow. I might have to turn the air conditioning back on. It's 80 Fahrenheit is like 30 C, right? 80 F2 C. 26, my bad. Little off. 90 is 30 C, right? Yeah, well, 32. Okay, so like 87 is... Okay, 86 is 30 C. Okay. Rough ideas. Oh, yeah. Oh, all right. Oh. Okay, cool. All right. I was gonna update the docs here a little bit more. The list contains class at verb dot localized strings, string objects, and only and does not allow duplicate IDs. Okay. Ninja Turtles. Yeah, the interesting part about having so many cats right now is how fast they go through food and litter. Oh my god. Like when your reference point is 2 cats and one of them doesn't eat a whole lot, and then you go to 8 with 6 of them being growing kittens. It is insane. It's like, holy crap. I had no idea. All right, 4154. No, 4153. Oh well, we are almost at an actual 8K followers. One day, we're 11 away. Oh, subscriber changes. Don't allow duplicates anymore. Don't duplicate or allow items with duplicate identifiers. Okay, yep, easy peasy. Alright, back over here. Account settings, string lists. Oh, I wanted account setting user splits. Oh, account settings splits. The account setting string list key branches. Okay, cool. Tree looks much better. All right, so let's grab this one real quick too. You've been chasing bug for the past 2 days. Still haven't figured out. Every 5 minutes, I have something that resets your internet connection. You get a no route to host, and then it works. It's so annoying. You actually losing the internet connection, or is like, well, I suppose, right? It would kill your connections. Huh. Yeah, that's shitty. You might want to look at a tool like Smoke Ping, or you can kind of make your own Smoke Ping using Telegraph. I don't think do I have it set up on this machine? Let's see. No, I do not have it set up on this machine, apparently. I think I have it on Cloak. Oh, no, I have it in a container in Cloak, right? I think that's the deal. No. All right, I guess I disabled that. Anyway, so Telegraph is like a metric Swiss Army knife tool. And you can set it up to run pings. So what a lot of people will do is you can if you do a trace route out to, like Google or something, or just something on the public internet, then you set it up. What SmokePing does the same thing. It's the way it's set up, and whatever. I didn't care for its deployment method. I don't remember precisely. It's been years since I've even tried to use it. But anyways, the idea is you just increment, every minute or so, or maybe even every 15 seconds or whatever, right? You send a couple pings to each hop out to the internet. And then that way you can keep track of where your failures are. But I mean, if it's past your router, there's not much you can do except talk to your ISP. And yeah, good luck with that. So, how's it going? Some form of elite, but I'm not sure. Is it Tilete? Is that what you're going for? So I use Sublime Text or Vim. T-Elite. Okay. Um, depending on the situation, I use Sublime Text or Vim. And no, I'm not. I don't have a .rc files. I don't really use Vim plugins. It's Vim is for quick edits. Sublime Text is for large project edits. So, what were we doing? Oh, we were going to. This window can go away actually. I was going to rebase. Yep, actually up this. Actually rebase minus D. Account settings, user splits. Oh, actually, well, I guess it's okay. Account settings. User splits. All right, what did we actually do here? I don't remember if I added new settings or got rid of the old ones. Okay, I did not get rid of the old ones. I just added new ones. Okay, we should be able to. Yeah, let's just do this as a separate pull request because this should compile without issue. That was awesome. You've not used that in forever. Kind of forgot about it. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Sublime is super simple. It does the job for me. And yeah, update my personal profile picture, whatever. Twitch had put whispers on on top of the channels. Yeah. So there we have a new application icon for Pidgin. And I just realized today that I didn't put it on Twitch. So how's it going, King of Zombie? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Less expensive, not technically required, which is awesome. Yeah, I mean, well, like it's $100 for 3 years, right? That's $33 a year. That's fine, right? I don't have a problem paying that. That's fine, right? Like I know some people are like, oh, all software should be free. Okay, cool, sure, right? But boom, registered to me, single user license. Purchased this one's about a year ago, so I got 2 more years, whatever, right? You're great to put it simply. Okay, that's good to hear. All the things going on. But yeah. Yeah, it's like $100 for a 3-year license. Sublime Text. Like, you know, it sounds expensive, but when you consider it's for 3 years, it's fine, right? That makes it $30 a year. Oh, okay, $99.99 or whatever, $99, right? So it's $33 a year, right? Like I don't know. I can scrounge up $3 a month, right? You're gonna touch on those things. Fair, fair. Still a good deal. Yeah, exactly. But yeah. So the whatever. So this is the new icon, the new application icon. I forgot to mention in here, it's by Hilke Bonds. Hilke did all of the um, emojis and everything in Pigeon 2 and game and all that. And he's slowly been dipping his toes back into open source graphics. And he put this together for us. So the old logo, which whatever, it's these 2 letters just on a black background. The problem, like, I thought it made sense because I thought it was cool because it used to come up in image searches because it would crop the Pidgin text. So that's a bad example. Fallstodon.org. Pidgin. Is it in our background? I think it's in our background. Yeah. So the DG logo, this gets cropped, but so what happened was, like, an image search on Google, it would crop the image down to this. And then I was like, okay, that's a good temporary logo for now. It's different than the Pidgin 2 logo. It stands out, whatever. But then Hilke, you know, showed this to me. I was like, hey, this actually tells people that we might be a chat app, where just the DG does not. So, yeah. Tell me if I have nothing nice to say. Don't say anything. Yeah, I don't follow those rules anymore, as I'm sure you've seen from my Facebook. Those of you that don't know, King of Zombies knows me in real life. So, yeah. Be nice for a lifetime license for a major version of Sublime. A smaller price tag would be an awesome option. Yeah, so I don't know. Like years ago when Sublime Text 3 came out, the license was like until next major versions, and then with Sublime Text 4, they changed it to every 3 years, and I don't know, it seems fine. You're not touching things on Facebook, so that's what your memes folder is for? Yeah. I don't know. I'm tired of people accepting, like, we're not gonna get into this too much on stream, but the basic stance for me is, if people don't respect other people, I don't respect them. Right? And that's precisely what's going on. Right? And people want to defend that for some reason, and I'm not going to put up with it. That's all it needs to be said. Yeah, exactly. I've only had to unfriend one person so far. That was at their request. They didn't say it, but they posted a thing like, if you blah, 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 you should unfriend me. Okay. Done. That's all you need to do. You've unfollowed many people? Oh, I'm sure. Unfriended more? Yeah. It's just, I don't know, man. Yeah, exactly. Right. Maybe like $50 for major version lifetime license would be your preferred licensing. Well, the thing is, like, they don't do a new release and major version every 3 years. So you're already asking for a discount. Purchase preference as opposed to a subscription. I mean, it's not a subscription, right? But I get what you're saying, right? If you could do a thing for like, okay, give me all updates for version 4, cool. Yeah. But I mean, it's not a subscription, right? Just after 3 years, it expires. So I mean, technically, it's kind of a subscription, but like, it doesn't auto renew. You have to go rebuy it and get a new license and stuff. It's not like automatically tied to your bank account or anything. So when you start talking years with renewals, that you're likely to get a bunch of failed transactions and stuff like that. So they wouldn't do it at that time frame. But yeah, it's one time, non-reoccurring, $99, and then, you know, after that you get the pop up again saying this is unregistered, blah blah blah. No, you get all the updates for 3 years, and then, you know, after 3 years you got to pay $99 again, right? The weirdest is when you would argue with them, but they still continue to argue. Yeah, people just like to argue. You hit subscriptions, auto renewal payments. Yeah. I mean, the Negware Sublime actually isn't even that bad, but I figured, like, at least when I started streaming, I was using Sublime. I was like, I should probably really just pay for it, right? Like, if I ever want people to just even entertain the idea of paying for Pidgin, or even donating to me or something, like, I need to support other people too, right? Like, I gotta lead by example, or not even need to lead by example, but like, you know, I can't be like, give me stuff while I don't, right? That's just ridiculous. And I don't know how much that got through, because now the ads are going, but whatever. We'll see. Oh, we can knock those out too. All right. Yeah, we were gonna do this as a separate pull request. This is, yeah, that's right on default. Yep. So nothing actually changes here with this. No. What the fuck? Using dev and Pidgin. I hit up enough times that I could have typed the damn thing. But yeah, so nothing actually changes here with the IRC stuff. Just I built all the new settings out into the new settings object, and I think it's okay. So yeah, RBT posts. How's it going, G Bound? Welcome. How are you? I think I got it right the first time now, but I had to be very specific about it, or intentional. That's the word I'm looking for. Intentional. All right, good to hear. 4156. Barely nags you at all. Super awesome for free. Nagging software that has a paid licensing amount. Yeah, right. Like I don't know. People get so weird with software, thinking that everything should be free. I like monetarily free, and it's just like, people gotta eat, man. Right? And I don't think Sublime is like one, maybe two people. Um, and like, you know, as far as I know, it's definitely not a full-time project or anything, or a full-time job or anything. Um, so yeah. Nothing wrong with paying for software, especially good and well. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Right. But like at some point with Pidgin 3, we're considering putting Pidgin 3 into the app stores that we can, um, due to licensing and whatever issues, and we're probably going to put money on it, or we're probably going to charge for it. What that value is going to be, I don't know yet, right? It's definitely not going to be a subscription because that's stupid, right? But something to help reinvigorate the project. I mean, you know, we turned 27 years old in a month and a half, and like nobody's ever been paid for their work on Pidgin outside the Google Summer Code. And the fact that it's still alive is because I guess I'm just an idiot. But you know, eh. It is what it is, right? Buying software and letting the devs get some money for all the time and effort that's going to put. Yeah, right. Exactly. I like having, you know, making open source available to all and stuff like that. It's cool, but like, you know, it'd be nice. Like having donations and stuff like that is cool. The problem is nobody like. This is probably too much information, but like the amount of money I pull in from Twitch and Patreon right now, I can't even go out to a steak dinner once a month. Right? I can go to like McDonald's a couple times, like 2 or 3 with that money, but that's it. Right? So like when people are like, is Pidgin your full-time job? I'm just like, no. like the money I get from Pidgin on Twitch and stuff is like, yep, I can go to McDonald's. How's it going, Null Rough Jack? Welcome. How are you? Less like freeware that uses pay what you want, donation accepted model. Yeah, exactly. So I do this for fun. Yeah, exactly. Right. And then there's me who just, you know, crafted their entire professional life so that they can spend as much time as possible doing this. I'm doing all right. I took a good nap on the couch because work has decided that I have to be up for calls at 9 in the freaking morning, and it's currently 1 in the morning now. I don't have anything to do tomorrow. I'm gonna do some remote work tomorrow. But I have to be up at 8 in the morning on Monday, bastards. It's funny, people all the time are like, you need to have Europe-friendly streams. Well, my coworkers that work in Europe need to pick more US-friendly times for meetings because I'm tired of getting up super duper early in the morning and totally wrecking my circadian rhythm, which is not a normal circadian rhythm. Like normal circadian rhythms, you know, are people are awake during the daylight. I'm like 6 hours off. Like if I lived in like Hawaii or something, I'd be fine. Maybe Alaska. Yeah, then I'd be on the same schedule as everybody else. But I probably wouldn't. I'd probably flip back to what I normally am. So, you ever hope to get paid what I'm worth in software dev? That sucks. I always went back and forth about it. Went large what I've done project-wise. I've gotten back from in other words. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Will that be nocturnal? Yeah. I like, aside from the fact that my body just, you know, moves, prefers nighttime, I wouldn't say I'm exactly an introvert. I'm definitely introverted, but I mean, a lot of introverts aren't going to be streaming on Twitch for 8+ years, right? But like, I have to deal with less people, at least in person. And your ball of fire in the sky is gone. You're in as fast. Nobody talks to you. Yeah, exactly. The one of the real reasons, so like even as I was a kid, like, you know, less than 10 years old, I was always a night owl. I always wanted to stay up late. Always hated mornings, right? Never a morning person, whatever, blah, blah, blah. That got worse as I got older and a teenager and stuff, right? Because we'd have a computer with internet and like, or dial-up internet, right? And like, it's really hard to use dial-up internet during the day when you only have a single phone line and people want to, you know, make calls and talk to other people. So then I would just graduate to the night when everybody was sleeping, and I'd have the internet to myself or the phone line to myself, and yeah, good time. Okay, do a little self-promotion and post your GitHub link. Looking for help with feedback and code. I mean, you can try. I don't think it's gonna do you any good. Number one, there's only 28 people here, and like, yeah, I mean, sure, but like, yeah. Like the thing, like it sounds like you're looking more for like a coding community, and I don't know of any of those. Um, right? Like you might want to look at Exorcism. Yeah, exorcism.io. Like there's a lot of stuff like this about, you know, solving problems, stuff like that, and getting to learn stuff, and people will review code and stuff like that. But otherwise, yeah. Like, you know, this is meant to be about Pidgin, not about just like learning and teaching other devs. I mean, not that it couldn't be, but that is definitely not our focus. All right, we did post this one. Yeah, good. Published. One of the reasons he got into computers is he thought you didn't have to deal with people. Whoops. Told your manager this once, and she was so surprised. Like, what do you mean? Nice. These are now normal people things, not just for geeks and nerds and other losers. Yeah. Yep. And now the worst part is like you have to like explain what your program does to people and document it and try to think like other people. And it is that's the thing. That's for sure, right? That's oh no. It's fine. Editor.ui. Alright, so I think what we're gonna do to get started here. I went back and forth on whether or not we want to use the water widgets and stuff like that, and I think we're gonna keep them. But so we're gonna make this say login options old. And then user options, we might keep that there. This stuff I want to move it around is part of the problem. And I can explain more of that later, but right, so all right, now they say old. The user options gets weird because what I want to do is like the local alias should be able to go on every account, but it doesn't necessarily. Oh, I guess it doesn't need to be there. Huh. Okay, that's a whole other problem. So, but like the avatar settings, which we don't have in here, I want the protocols to be able to put the stuff in here, and we're gonna add an account option for the avatar. Oh shit. Yes, exactly. That's exactly how we're gonna do this. In Purple 2, there's been a problem that we potentially had to deal with, and I didn't want to deal with it, and I had one way to deal with it, but now GTK is deprecating that way, so now we're kind of stuck, and that is different protocols have different requirements for like profile pictures and stuff like that, right? So like some will be like, it can't be over 1 megabyte, it can't be more than 256 by 256 pixels, stuff like that, right? So if the user gives us a 4 megabyte 512 by 512 pixel image, how the shit do we update that, right? We've got to convert it. So in Pidgin 2, we had these things we call the buddy icon specs. Docs.Pidgin 2 3. It's around here somewhere. Files. I hate Doxygen so much. Purple. Is this in protocol? It might have been in protocol. I've forgotten so much where all this is. Yeah, so we had these things called buddy icon specs, right? So the format, it'd be a list of like ping, JPEG, GIF, whatever, right? GIF if you want to be a dick, whatever. The minimum width, minimum height, max height, max file size, and then whether or how to scale it, right? Keep the aspect ratio or not. I've been struggling with how we want to implement this in Pidgin 3, but it just occurred to me as we add an account option for an avatar or profile picture, whatever you want to call it, these can all be properties on that, right? So what we were trying to do previously was there's a library out there called GTK Pixbuff, which is a library for manipulating images without user interface code. It's just so like moving stuff between an internal representation that GTK would use, or not necessarily GTK, but GTK could use it, as well as ping, JPEG, TIFF, GIF, whatever, right? The thing is, they want to get rid of that library because those image formats tend to have security issues all the time. And they're trying to push towards a new library called libglycin, which uses sandboxed approaches and stuff like that to make it more secure. But so the problem there was we started adopting GTK Pixbuff for avatars and stuff because then like there's stuff for like what the hell's dev help on 9. So there's stuff like GTK Pixbuff, scale, right? So like the idea was libpurple would give the protocol a Pixbuff, and then the Pixbuff would just scale it to whatever its needs are, right? That was the idea. But if we have an account option that is for an avatar, then we can set all the rules there, and then the user interface can adjust all of that for the image and then give it the right size image and stuff. So we're gonna put that in as an issue before I forget about it. New issue. Create purple.account setting avatar. This is meant to bring avatars / buddy icons. Whatever. Avatars or accounts into the purple.account setting API. This will remove the need for the can't type shit right now. Need for protocol or purple.protocol option. And what is this thing actually? Protocol options. Oh, I guess we deleted it already. That's what it used to be, buddy icon or something. Where the hell did we put this? There's the icon spec. Yeah, protocol options. No, that's different. Option. Yeah, purple. How the shit did we do this? Oh, I guess I can just look at the code. Like, it has to still be here. What? Is this just broke? Show avatar options equals false. Determine our values. I guess we stopped. We just don't implement this right now. Um, but yeah, so one of the other things we're trying to do with this account setting API is, as you can see, stuff is all over the place for the account settings, right? And that's a problem. But here, let's do this. Pidgin release, .x.y, lib, purple protocol, XMPP. XMPP might be complicated. Yeah, let's just do XMPP. Or it's Jabber. By XMPP. What the hell's the name of it? I thought it was XMPP. Oh, it's libxmpp. Let's see. There we go. Maybe it was just based on this. Let's look at the account editor. It's probably a better way to go. User option icon HBox. Sure. Icon HBox. That's sensitive. Okay, we check if it has the icon spec format, and if it does, then, or if it doesn't, then we hide the icon checkbox. Okay. Right. So this will get rid of that, and that'll make this all easier. Okay. Remove the need for purple dot. Wait, do we? I think we deleted this anyways. Protocol.h. Yeah, we had to have deleted this. We didn't keep any of that around. Yeah. The old buddy icon spec stuff can instead be coded into the properties of this setting. Yeah. The full list of settings. The full list of properties is as follows. Use global boolean whether or not to use the global avatar. We still have to figure out the cache stuff. I guess we're gonna say ID, cache ID. String ID of the avatar in purple.cache. Not yet implemented. One of the problems, and I'm sure anybody here that's used Pidgin or game previously has known that if you set an avatar, a custom avatar, and then you delete the file, your avatar goes away. That was, I don't know why we never fixed that and why it was even implemented that way in the first place. But it depended on that file being in that place, and if that file didn't exist, then we decided to delete the icon for some reason. So, or you could have the opposite effect. So, like, I installed Pidgin from Debian on my laptop, and now my avatar is a Debian logo. Which is just like, no, right? We're trying to get rid of that. But so one of the things about like the file disappearing and stuff like that is in modern chat messages, there's way more remote assets that need to be stored and cached. This could be custom emojis, stickers, images, pings, or GIFs, possibly videos, right? All that stuff. So we basically need to create a cache, like a browser cache, and implement that, right? And because of that, we're just going to store everything in there, right? Everything that could be remote or whatever needs to go in there, including this. So that's the thing that we need to do. So, all right. So minimum width, int the minimum width the image 0. We don't have to say 0 for these. Minimum height int. That should be uint, not yint. What the fuck's a yint? The minimum height of the image, maximum width uint the maximum width the image, maximum height. Guess what this one's gonna say? We try to alphabetize this stuff just so it's clear to read, or not necessarily to read, but to update, right? Instead of like, where does this thing go? Didn't we have something? Just read down, right? Just read straight down. Wow, I'm surprised. Nobody has been like, oh my god, look at all the typos. Like, yeah, they're spell checking there. It's fine. And actually, I really like this format because it keeps everything in one spot, which is awesome. Not only are we getting a unifying API, we're getting all the weird specific stuff taken care of in the right way. Or I don't want to say the right ways, but in simple ways. Intrinsic's not the right word, but intuitive. In intuitive ways. We need to add a format. Maybe this should be a list. Not sure how we want to do this list exactly. Well, let's just say string list. A list of image formats, PNG, JPEG, WebP, etc. That are supported. What else do we have here? I think that's everything. Format when oh, the scale. I think GTK has a thing for this. GTK scale. No, scale factor. Let's try aspect. Let's just look for aspect. All right, so what are the things here, right? There's keep aspect ratio. All right, hold on. What do we actually have for the old stuff? With the scale ruse, scale. Wow, talking's hard. Scale the icon when we display it. We scale the icon before we send it to the server. I mean, we should do this when we need to do this, regardless. I'm thinking more a matter of keep aspect ratio and yeah. Well, yeah. Let's assume we don't need this right now, right? Because when would you not want to? If we have to, if you give us a, if the minimum if the maximum size for something is 256 by 256, and you give us a 512 by 384 image, why would we not keep your aspect ratio? Right? That would just be dumb. We don't want that. That shouldn't even be an option, right? We just always keep your aspect ratio, right? Yeah, I think that's fine. All right. Yep. Yeah, that's fine. Should probably look at a protocol, virtual function to implement this. But the protocol could also look at the account setting, or also watch the account setting. So this is obviously not going to happen by the end of the month. Let's go to experimental 5. This is a feature. This is probably medium sized. Medium, and this is probably dev difficulty. Subsystem, lib, purple. Alright. Cool. But yeah, I really like this idea of replacing the buddy icon spec stuff with a property that has all of that information. And then, you know, it's effectively the same thing. It's just done in a much more coherent way. Not that the old, not trying to say the old way is bad, right? Everybody tries their best. Things happen. You know, yesterday me makes mistakes that today me can recognize, right? Yesterday I couldn't recognize them. Today I can. All right. So back to here. I kind of want to do this as another page, but I don't want to because it's gonna be a pain in the butt to do it that way. But it's okay. Okay, this will get a little, yeah. So one of the other problems is this was one of the earlier editors we used, and we weren't using a whole lot of binding objects and stuff like that. Like we were still learning that stuff as we went. So we are going to try to fix that stuff here. Yeah. Okay, so for starters, we are just going to we're gonna start with advanced settings. I know it sounds weird. There's a reason for that, but it's okay. We'll explain that as we get to it. Well, specifically, the problem is the protocol makes things weird. Because we're going to get a list of items from the protocol itself, but we have to have another item in the list that is the protocol, and that's where things are going to get funky. I think there's a way to do it, but if we do the advanced settings first, we can avoid that and figure out all the other problems and then come back and take care of it. So preference group ID equals basic settings. Oh my god, fingers, what are you doing? Title, translatable, yes. I think true works here too. Basic settings. All right, so just this should be pretty easy now. All right. Oh, we don't have a way to just go edit an account. That'd be cool, but we don't. Right. So now we just have our basic settings group up here. Cool. Nothing to it. Whatever. Oh, actually, this is going to be advanced settings. My bad. I'm already fucking up. Advanced settings. All right. This isn't going to work. Well. Yeah, this is going to get gross, but okay, fine. All right, yeah. And then we just go through and add all the rows. This is okay. But what we need to do to get started here, this is going to be a little different, but it's okay. We need this guy. Why is... Oh, because if the account doesn't have visible settings, we turn it off by default. Okay. I I think we got a better way to do this, but we'll see. All right, so advanced settings toggle active equals true. Property. Yeah, we're not gonna do the visible thing. What was the other stuff down here? Oh. Title, description, advanced settings. Where does it count? Okay. Right. Yes, Pidgin is a instant message client. It has been around a long time. I'm not sure if you're asking what Pidgin is or what. Maybe you're referring to a Pidgin language. I don't know. Need more context. All right, cool. So, yep. What was active set to on this one? Oh, active was set to false. My bad. Nope, not the language. But like, there are multiple Pidgin languages. There isn't one Pidgin language. There are lots of Pidgin languages. So like, there's Hawaiian Pidgin, there's Nigerian Pidgin, and there's all sorts of other little ones. But those are the two big ones, right? So like BBC, I don't. Are they .com? Right. So like, this is Nigerian Pidgin, right? I don't know why BBC decided to only pick the Nigerian one, but they did. Right. So there's all sorts of them out there. We want to say false. Okay, good. So it's off by default. Yep, cool. How's it going, Axel? Welcome, welcome. How are you? All right. So what we also want to do is we want to say child object class equals GTK list. Or is it list box? I haven't done this in so long. List box. So the suggestion is from Edwada. They've changed this, but if you want to bind a model into a list box, in Edwada 1.8, which is out next week, I think, or this week, I don't remember. You can do this directly on the Edwada preferences group. But in this case, it works better for us to do it this way, because well, yeah. Because we can tie the visibility of the list to the property for the switch, and then that way we don't have to change the model and stuff like that. So, we're not even going to put that in there. That's fine, right? So we're going to say binding name equals visible lookup name equals active from advanced settings toggle. Right, so that should just work. But in here, we're going to put a child of an class or object class equals action row property name equals title. Woo-hoo. Right, we're just trying to get something in there to make sure this works. That's assuming I didn't mess anything up, which I probably did because I haven't done this in a while. Yep, I did. What did we break? Oh, yeah, it's not GTK list. It's GTK list box. My bad. Another week done. Awesome. I mean, you know, development moves as it moves. So, yeah, look at that. Cool. Right? No code required. This is all just in the UI for this, and we're done. Although this didn't get styled quite the way I would have imagined it would have. I probably have to put a property or something on there, but that's okay. We'll get to that. So what'll end up happening is, the advanced settings, um, well, yeah, I guess. Okay, hold on. The GTK list box has, yeah, we don't want list view. List view is different. List view is for handling hundreds of thousands of items. List box is meant for handling less than 100. And we definitely have less than 100 here. There should be a selection mode GTK. I thought there was a what's the tab behavior? Use to configure the focus in GTK dir tab forward. Cycle through all the focusable items on an item list. That's the default item or cell. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Do we? I think we have to like set a list style or something on this thing, which is weird. But list base. Now there's properties here. Why aren't they showing up there? Oh, it's just orientation. Oh, right. Okay. I'm remembering how some of this works, and it's been a while since we've done it. So there's a thing in here, bind model. That's what we're going to use. And we have to go and do all that yet, but that's okay. We'll probably do all that in the code. But I thought there was, for sure, what do they call it? A placeholder widget? Yeah, set placeholder. This is not a property, apparently. Unless it's... Yeah, what the hell? Why is this not a property? Oh, wait. GTK list blocks implementation of buildable interface support. Setting a child as a placeholder by specifying placeholder as the type attribute of a child. All right, good. How's it going, Ivanhoe? Welcome, welcome. All right, so we want to do, so we verified that this shows up, right? That's cool, right? But what we want to do is we want to say child, was it ID? Is that what it said? No, type. Type equals placeholder. So instead of hiding this whole thing, you know, we're going to leave the account option, the advanced options there. And then when you click on it, it's going to say, there's no advanced options are available, right? It's going. Yeah. Well, it's better than it not going. Was it at WADA status page? Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Placeholder at WADA status page. Property name. We won't have child widgets. We've got description, icon, or title. Okay. Title. No settings found. Oh, that's fine. Property name equals description. There are no advanced settings available. Oh. Available for this account. 'Cause question is, what icon do we want to use here? I guess action unavailable. We need to start a vendor in all these too. Right, we're hitting this bug. Come on. I don't know if that's a bug or my machine is the problem. I think it's my machine. Like my Mohawk, thank you, Game is Life. Come on. There we go. Oh. So, I mean, that worked. But, all right, let's the status page thing was an interesting idea, but I don't think that's gonna work. And that's okay. We'll control it via hiding the entire section. It's not ideal, but it's okay. Right? It's not the end of the world. But there's something, we've got to be missing something else here. Or oh, it's got to be in GTK list box. There's something like CSS style or something we're missing. Oh, I think we want to set the style to like rich or something. May also carry the box list style class. In this case, the list will be automatically surrounded by a frame and have separators. The main list known may carry style classes to list. Yeah, okay, so we want rich list and box list. Okay. How the shit does this work again? Resource, style, resources. All right, just style then class name. I don't remember if we need the dots or not. What was the other one? It was box list. Although rich list might take care of this. I don't know. Yeah, so that's the new Pidgin avatar logo. Or the new Pidgin application icon is what I mean to say. And if you have comments, thoughts, suggestions, queries, quandaries, whatever, I will give you a link once I can use my machine again. Please leave them as feedback here. So this is the new icon. And that's the page, right? If you have questions, queries, quandaries, whatever, please dump them here. Okay. Yeah, all of a sudden as I start in the stream, I was like, oh, I didn't get this one. I got a bunch of them, but I didn't get that one. Okay, cool. Yep, nothing changed here. Sweet. Yep. Oh, fuck. Now I don't have the list. I can't see it. Die already, man. Whatever. Oh, I have to figure out these IO issues. I don't even know where to begin. You like it? Cool. Yeah. So the author of the icon is Hilky Bonds, who did all of the emojis for Pidgin 2 and the Pidgin 2 application icon as well. I keep forgetting to mention that. I need to update that and I should probably edit that and put it in that page so I don't have to keep saying it. There we go. That looks much better. Okay. Oh, but we're gonna play around and do I need box list if I have rich list? I don't think I do. I think I can just say rich list. Come on, bro. I think part of this might be IRCs getting rate limited or something. Of course, I flipped over there for a second. Come on, man. So one of the issues is one of the issues, what I think is happening is Burb queued output stream will try to send as many messages as it can that are queued up, right? So as it's writing messages, it just keeps writing them. And I think we're somehow getting like a feedback loop or something. And then, oh, we do need box list. Okay. More so than rich list. And like that ends up blocking everything because that's just in a tight loop. I think that's what the problem is. And the solution to that is going to be to get the rate limiter built into that. And we've been intending to do that. We just haven't done it yet. It was rich list is supposed to be the name. Yeah. Oh, they show multiples there. I don't know if we want separators or not, but either way. Okay, so this is fine. This is a good start. All right, that goes away. Blink. Okay. Ugh. All right, so what we want to do, we need to grab advanced settings. We don't care about the advanced settings toggle. That's fine. It's not a big deal for us. Yeah, it's going to be a little, well, we're going to have to clean up the rest of this code first. Right, so the page has an account. The problem is this predates a lot of, like, since we've been building Pidgin 3, even though we're coming up on 10 years, we continue to get a better understanding of GTK and the API that's there. And code we wrote a long time ago like this. Like, when was most of this written? I want to say it's like 2017, but that sounds way too long ago. Not purple. So let's see. Or whatever. So this was a new file. So this was a new file created in 2022. So right, it's 3 years old, and there's still a bunch of stuff we've learned since then. You don't see the new icon as an application icon in Pidgin 3. You only see it in the notifications for the unreleased version. Yes. Are you doing an install for it, or and like you add that, or are you adding the path to it and stuff? We might have missed the desktop file, but it should have been the same name. Yeah, so the icon's supposed to be im.pidgin.pidgin3, so that should just work. Using devenv. So where are you trying to see the icon? Actually, better question. What do you see for the icon? Do you have an icon, or do you see the old one? Like, I don't have icons displayed anywhere, so I don't know where you're looking for it. All right, we might do this as a separate pull request first, because this will make things easier. Okay, do you have the old one in user share icons? High color, whatever. CD user share icons. High share or high color. Um, so like I don't have the icon here. Um, right. So you probably had it installed at some point, I'm gonna guess. So you have the file somewhere in here. Um, and that's why you see the old one. The problem is your shell or whatever's displaying it doesn't know to look for it in the path, or it doesn't know to look for it inside the dev environment. And that becomes a problem. Although, can we fix that? I don't know that we can. Is there like an XDG icons path or something? But that would mean that the shell would have to look it up when the application runs, and that's probably not the case. That probably doesn't exist. Right, so like it's going to be at its startup is where it's going to look for it. This is not quite what I'm looking for either, but yeah. The path is in the environment of the shell. Yeah, right, exactly. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think it would, like, the shell launching it isn't going to make a difference because that's happening outside of this, or whatever, that at a much deeper level than the shell looking for the icon for it. Right, and it's not like the shell's launching it via the desktop file either. Right, I think that's the more important thing. Is it's not, I mean, maybe, you know, like if you're doing like XDG open or something. Oh, actually, maybe that's a way to do this, right? XDG open. Like, I don't think this would work, but if this, like, if there was a way to do this, I would think it would be this. But even then, that's quite a quite a stretch. Yeah. But this isn't. Okay, hold on. XDG application directory. Or whatever. To help manage well-known user directories like desktop folder, music folder, blah, blah, blah. Oh, this is an actual tool. I don't give a shit about tool. I'm looking for the actual... Or no, never mind. This is a file in your config directory. Is this covered by directory specification? That can be compiled in... No, because the that's not how the window managers and stuff, or how the compositors and stuff use it. I'm not, like, there might be a way, but I don't think that's a... Some of them might do it, but I don't think it's a standard. If there is a way to, like, if we can easily just drop it in there, cool. But I don't know that they do it that way. XDG desktop directories environment variable. How does this know where to look for applications? Like, is there not a spec for this? right? So what ends up happening is this all goes into user local share applications, right? Or sorry, user share applications, right? And there's all your shit. And then of course there's user local share applications for your local stuff, right? Um, and then, you know, so there's your normal desktop entry, blah 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 blah, and then it'll look in user local share icons. High colors, the default theme that everything falls back to. So I think we have a 64. No, that's Chrome. I guess we only have 48. Yeah, right. So there's where our icon ends up. There's got to be some way to overwrite this and add additional ones. I just don't know what those environment variables are. But even then, it doesn't matter, right? Because it's the desktop shell or your composite or whatever that's looking in that environment. So like that's it. Even if we set that environment as we spawn the process, that doesn't make it up to the parent process, and that's part of the problem. XDG environment variable desktop files. Desktop menu, is that what the spec is under? No, this is the old stuff. Or this is a program that's been around for a long time. But maybe under desktop entry spec. I love how it's one page and then it takes you to the multi-page one. It's just like, come on. Like, where does it even say where? Like, this doesn't say where the file is supposed to go. And that's part of the problem. That's what we're looking for. Deboth activation. Blah blah blah. Registering MIME types. Blah blah blah. Icon is to be shown together with the action. The name is an absolute path. Or if the name is an absolute path, the given file will be used. If the name is not an absolute path, the algorithm described in the icon theme specification will be used to locate the icon. Implementations may choose to ignore it. Either way, we're still not launching that desktop file. It's like maybe in a dev end we could do this, but it doesn't matter because we're not. You're not like unless we can launch via the application, that it's not going to work. So, application action should be supported by implementers. However, nope, I don't care. Extending the format. Cool, 404, yay. I don't know how you have a doc book with a 404, but okay. Man, there's some old names on here. I recognize Owen and Waldo, but that's about it. Legacy mixed encoding? Oof, no, don't do that. So where the hell does the thing go? And actually, you make me wonder. No, that probably doesn't. No, you have to use WinRC for that. So like on Windows, you compile the icon into the executable, and even though it doesn't display it in Explorer, the rest of the Windows shell will pull it out of the executable, but Explorer doesn't, for whatever reason. I don't know. Specifications. This could be under baster. I don't think it is. Desktop entry. Wait, what? Latest version on one page. File naming. Should have a .desktop extension except for the type directory, which should have the .directory extension. Determining file. Wait. What's type directory? Each desktop entry representing an application identified by its desktop file ID, which is based on its file name. To determine the ID of a desktop file, make its full path relative to the XDG data DIRS component in which the desktop file is installed. Remove the application prefix and turn slashes into dash. What? For example, user share application foobar desktop has a desktop file ID foobar.desktop. Okay. Multiple files have the same desktop file ID. The first one, the XDG data directories precedence order is used. There's a default path. Oh, right. Okay, hold on. So if we say XDG data dirs equals shit, where's the desktop file? Pidgin data. Yep. XDG open im.pidgin.pidgin3. No. Oh. This might need to be pwd. Oh, we might want run, not open. Or is it open? What is this? Oh, yeah, that's, yeah. Oh, shit. Is it data dirs or data dir? It's data dirs. Oh, so it already has, no, it, why does it have that? Like that's not normal, but okay. So we're gonna make this verbose or something? No. Alright, what if I do XDG open Pidgin data Pidgin? What? So there's something I had to do to make X. So I have XRDP running on this thing, so I can remote in sometimes and work on Pidgin that way, which is kind of a crazy thing, but whatever. I couldn't, for some reason, I couldn't get X forwarding to work right up from Wayland on my laptop, even though it's supposed to just magically work. It doesn't work. I'm getting some weird X protocol error thing, and nobody seems to have a correct answer for me. Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm curious because, like, does this make more sense for people to implement and try to do it this way and stuff, right? But I suppose that wouldn't really necessarily make sense It would only make sense on Unix machines, not on, or Linux and Unix stuff, not Mac and Windows. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, all right, good call. I think we're just gonna skip this for now. But I mean, if you want to dig into it at all and look at it, that would be cool. Like, I have no problem making it work that way if that's the case. I don't know. All of the obvious answers don't seem to be there. So I don't know. Anyway, I gotta pee and get water. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Yeah. All right. What do we got here so far? I kind of want to say this. I kind of don't. But we'll see. So what we're gonna do is, yeah, whatever. We'll just throw this away. This is fine. So we try to, or I personally try to keep the pull requests small and contained, right? So they're easy to deal with. Redoing the whole UI, as I'm going to do a whole bunch of other code stuff in here. That's kind of related, but not exactly. Not a great idea. So we're going to add a G signal group. Signal group. And this is going to clean up some stuff in it. Editor. Signal group equals G signal group new purple type. How's it going along with Chris? How are you? Welcome, welcome. We're gonna come back to that in a second. We're gonna, oh god. Okay, we're gonna reorganize this too to match the normal stuff that we do now. I think we're gonna have a binding group too. This will just make this so much easier. We have dispose. Okay. Dispose is like, I'm still not, I'm pretty sure we're not using it right and something. So we're just going to get rid of that because it's just extra code that's confusing and it doesn't work the way we think it does. I think, but in this case, it's fine. Oh man. All right. There's just a ass ton of stuff that needs to be cleaned up here. And do our modern coding stuff because, yep. A lot changes in 3 years. All right, so. All right, constructed and init, or and finalize will go. So what ends up happening is we alphabetize the GObject names, and whenever we're doing the names like this, we try to alphabetize them or keep them in whatever order and go from there. This code is probably going to change a little bit. That's fine, but in finalize, we need to then also G clear object editor signal group. And we want a G binding group too, right? Yeah. So what these things do is whatever. We'll start with the signal group, and it'll start making sense with what we're doing. And then the binding group works the same way. It's just on bound properties rather than on signals. And the funny part is these things have been around for a while. And I just never ran across them. Oh, maybe not. Signal groups are 2.72. When does binding group get added? 2.72. Right, so when did those come out? GTK releases. Do they have a list of this? Maybe Wikipedia does. No, sorry. I need glib, not GTK. Glib releases. So 2.72. Yeah. So around the time we wrote shortly after we wrote this, glib 2.72 was released with this. And they haven't updated this in a while because 2.80 something's out now or something. So whatever. Anyways, all right. Things changed. Glib made stuff easier, and we just didn't get updated for it, which is dumb, but it's okay, right? So what you do is you create a signal group and you say the type of what your target's going to be. Now, if we go up here and we look at the set account code, we're going to see that this is disconnecting any of the old signal handler functions, right? And then it's going to set the protocol. We're going to deal with that in a second. But then it connects to the notify connection signal. And actually, wait, we don't even give a shit about that. Yeah, okay, we don't need signals. We just need a binding group. G binding group, right? It's just binding group. Yeah. It's our binding group, right? It's the same idea. But we're just going to bind to properties. The thing we can get away with here is so we connect to the connection, or this is done in an old way where right, so we're looking for the connection change callback, this connection change callback. We update whether or not it's editable, and this is based on we're going to, Jesus Christ, yeah, this is all old. Right, if we have an active connection, then we do stuff differently, blah, blah, blah. Check the user change protocol. If they did, switch it back and update the editor flag, whatever. Right, so we set editable to false, blah, blah, blah. What we're going to do is we now have an account property that says whether or not it's connected. So we can just use a binding group and bind everything to that, right? So right here, whether or not the account's connected. Although, arguably, hold on. My volume just crashed out there for a minute. Really? Huh. I don't know if I bumped it or something. Weird. What exactly do we do here? God, this is bad. We get the connection. If it is a connection, yeah. We never did add the disconnected property. All right, well, this will be a little dodgy, but it's okay, right? So a connection has it has 4 states, right? It's either disconnected, in the process of disconnecting, connected or in the process of connecting. So if we're only checking connected, if an account is connecting, we're gonna allow you to flip properties right now, which is not what we want, but that's okay. Right. Whereas what we really want to do is if the account is disconnected, right? Because then it's not connected at all, then we're good, right? And we can write that. It's real easy to do. We just didn't do that yet. So we are gonna say new issue, add a purple dot account disconnected property. Doing it again. It looks fine here. I mean, I'm not sitting here watching the mic thing the whole time, but is it possible your audio is just being silly? But like, I don't know. We'll see. Actually, more specifically, is my audio dropping out for anybody else? Let's start with that one. Sounds okay for you? Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying it's who's right or wrong. Troubleshooting, right? Gotta start somewhere. And like, I can't sit here and work and watch the microphone volume bar in OBS, because that's. I mean, I'm trying to watch it as I'm looking, but like, it's. Yep. I mean, it's moving, but I don't know. So, all right. Anyways, there are times when we need to know if an account is disconnected. That is not in the disconnecting, connected, or connecting state. We currently have a connected property, which does this for connected accounts, but not disconnected. Sure. We might knock this out real quick here, but we'll see. Like, I don't want this to block the feature at the moment, and we can flip it around later. Well, fuck it. Let's just do it right away. An EXP4, create, boom. Do purple account .h. Get get connection state, get connected, connect. You want get disconnected. Purple account. Get disconnected. Gets whether or not an account is disconnected. So we should have one that says get connected. These are not sorted the way the other ones are. Oh, okay, no, that's right. Where the hell's get connected? It's probably at the bottom. Looking at the way this is set up. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, okay. Is connecting, is connected. Oh, well, what the hell? We have a property for it, but not a getter? Doesn't make sense. Or maybe we return is connected? Yeah, the getter method is connected. We're gonna replace that. Because that's weird. right? We don't have a whole lot of is for getters, which is fine, but we just don't have it is the problem. All right, we'll just add both these to the bottom. Purple account, get connected. Gets whether or not the account is fully connected. Since you use FFZ audio compression, since no two streams are alike, so there's definitely a non-zero chance that it just went haywire. Okay. Why do you use or whatever, like an audio compressor, like a audio thing on your desk or something? I can't think of what they're called. Audio processor thing, whatever. This checks if the account. This checks if property at account connection state is set to const. Purple connection state dot connected. I think that works. Returns true if the account is fully connected. That's the software one built into the. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is dumb, but because I'm an audio noob, but when you compress audio, that's to make it louder, right? Something like that. So the account is completely disconnected. Compressors, yes. Make it louder over some threshold. Gotcha. Quantum Apprentice with the raid. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How was your stream tonight? What were you up to? Doing a bunch of Fallout 2 scripting. Nice, nice. Also learning some CMake at the end of the stream. Yeah. Good luck. CMake is, yeah. I'm not a fan. I have since moved on from CMake because, yeah, screw CMake. Oh, we didn't put any of that in here. Like, I understand the draw for CMake, especially with the VC package stuff for Visual Studio, but yep, I don't have to deal with any of that, so not my problem. It's not something I need to care about. not sure what the draw is, except that I see it everywhere, and it seems like everyone uses it. No, it's not just me. I mean, the vast majority of the open source world doesn't use it anymore. So, yeah. And by that, I mean Pidgin, GNOME, lots of free desktop, GStreamer. I don't know if KDE's moved to it yet. So years and years and years ago, like 15 plus, KDE moved to CMake, and that was a big thing back then. That's when I started looking at it and stuff like that. But the problem is CMake back then was better than Auto Tools, but it was still a pain in the ass. Okay, so Kate still uses CMake. Yeah, it doesn't look like they moved to Mason or anything. But yeah. But also, you know me well enough to know that I don't give a shit about what's popular or not. So I don't know why you're trying to make a joke or anything about that. Like, popularity does not mean anything is good. And that is a hill I'm not even gonna die on because it's just the truth. Right. So, like, if popular meant it's the best and it's everything that we all should be using, we should all be using Windows and Internet Explorer and still be stuck in the 90s. Q2 replaced their QMake with CMake? Okay. But that was after KDE went to CMake, or was that when KDE went to CMake? But either way, this was like 15 years ago. KDE moves to CMake. Sorry, 20 years ago. Where's the date on here? It said 2006 on the other one, right? These comments are from 2006, June 22nd of 2006. All right, that's when KDE went to CMake. And let me tell you, CMake back then was better than Auto Tools. But it sucked. It sucked. Like, we can go do this example, which we've done previously. Let's just, trying to think of when I even would have had CMake. Or we can do it this way. Fixed install stuff for Debian, which got messed up with the GNU for CMake. So 2015, I had G plugin code in CMake. So actually up to this. So one of the reasons why I am not a fan of CMake is because I had to do stuff like this and write an entire gettext module for CMake, and that was stupid. And back in these days, in CMake, your conditional blocks, you had to make them match at the top and the bottom. If they didn't, it would fail, right? Which is find program brew. Then if brew, execute process, blah, 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 right? And this is why CMake sucked. The other thing that really sucked was this. You'll notice every single one of these find programs has to check manually if it was found or not, because they couldn't do something like required. They have it now, but it took them like 15 years to add a freaking required argument to it, right? So this, like most of the things that I avoid, it's not because, oh, I don't want to try it, or the things that I have very strong opinions on, right? It's not like, oh, I don't want to try it. It's, I have tried it. It sucked. There are better options out there. Like, for me, there are better options. If you think there are better options, that's up to you. I don't care, right? But, like, I'm not going to waste my time on something I've already found something when I've already found something that works better for me. But if you're doing Windows build stuff, whatever, and you're only on Windows, by all means, use CMake and use it with VC package and all the other stuff. That's the tool that's going to give you the least grief, and it'll work fine. No. I have made a career out of not doing popular things. And let me tell you, it is lucrative. Like, all of Milwaukee forever has been COBOL or .NET. And then JavaScript got big. I don't do any of those. and yet I still live here and live comfortably. So I mean, you can follow popularity, and sure, but there's a lot more to everything than the popular things. What do I recommend for cross-platform? Mason. Mason build is what we use. But you're going to run into problems if you're using Windows-specific libraries and stuff like that, because the Windows stuff is a nightmare because it's Windows. But Mason is what we use. Yeah, if you're using Visual Studio to compile, just stick with CMake and VC package, right? There's no reason to rock the boat, right? Mason's not going to integrate as well. I mean, Mason has a bunch of stuff for Visual Studio. I don't know how well it integrates. I assume it doesn't integrate well because Mason came out of the GStreamer project, and GStreamer is, you know, open source, Linux, Unix based, and like Windows is best effort, right? So, but like if your primary development environment is Windows, then use the Windows tools, right? But we build everywhere, right? We build on Windows, Mac, Linux, FreeBSD, OpenBSD, NetBSD, Haiku, React, React OS. I tried getting a VM set up for Herd, but that it just kept crashing on me. But if anybody has, I was trying to do an Open Indiana build the other day, but then it turns out whoever packaged their libedwada sucks. They somehow missed the package config file. I don't know how the fuck you miss a package config file for a library, but they managed to do it. So I kind of gave up on that. The Visual Studio backend's very unmaintained. Yeah, like I said, it's probably best effort. We got an ad coming up, and I just barely snoozed it. Yeah, well, G-Bone, I was running it in a VM. But, like, I was trying to run it via libvirt, not via KVM directly. So that was probably part of the problem. And I just gave up on it. I'm just like, whatever. Like, it is what it is. Because, like, the reason I did this was they just did a release of Herd for Trixie. So it was Debian Trixie for Herd. And it was like, oh, okay, cool. We'll try it out. I was like, oh, never mind. Like, this is going to be a bad time. You're trying for actual hardware? Yeah. Good luck with that. Okay, I'm trying to do too many things at once here. We're going to vert -c ... Pidgin. What is this if problem? A purple count? Oh, because I deprecated everything, you idiot. Don't hurt yourself doing it? Yeah. Watch out for all the stall mans. Oh, yeah, I didn't put the property in and all this other crap. All right, that's fine. We need class init. Oh, God, this is connection state, connection, protocol ID, error, connected. We're going to put this right here. Account is completely disconnected. Explicit notify. Gparam explicit notify. You heard it was fun? I thought this said a deprecation was an account. Let's see. Oh, is this okay? 1402. Uh, 1402, 1458. Why is this code so messy? Oh, did I mention haiku before? Yeah, I mentioned haiku. 758. It didn't even work up proper 90. I mean, the joke about herd is that it's just always migrating. Roaming? It's always roaming. Let's go with that. Which is like, that's what makes the whole um GNU / Linux thing so funny too. It's where it's like, you guys have been working on this forever. What the fuck? Why are we failing a piece back? Oh, because I didn't fix the name. Why are we still failing this? That... What the hell's the problem here? Oh! I'll do it. We installed the properties twice. And the first time it didn't have the disconnected property set. Okay. I think I want enum connection state. No, but that doesn't work either. There was talk of somehow to make this happen at some point, but it never did. Purple 3 GIR. Type name connection state. Yep. Type proper. What the hell is the actual type? Enumeration connection state. Yes, I don't know that we can link to this. So I think we have to get that out of the docs, which is fine. It's just, yeah. So we're going to say, checks if this is set to disconnected. Same deal with connected. We got a whole bunch more deprecations to get rid of. That's okay. Oh, actually, I also have to fit the... We have to learn to use our words. Wrong file. It's connections. Oop. All right. Set connection state. It equals connected. We set all that. We frozen? We are not. We are frozen. Yep. Yeah. Yep, I don't think we have anything else for this. Yeah, yep, cool. Words are hard, yes. Words are heard. Words are heard. Words. No. You gotta say. In that case, you gotta say words. Herds. Words are herds. Words is herds. All right, that looks fine. Okay. Right. Then we got all the deprecation shit to worry about. Where's your herds? Where's your herds? Where's your herds? Girds. Where's your herds? Who's gonna top that one? All right. Deprecations. Oh, I should put a Z on herds. Oh well. And on girds. You all know the Girds, right? Girds meme. I probably spelled it wrong, right? Girds. The goosebumps, yep. Gird. All right. Anyways, we had account manager. Let's see, is connected. Get connected. Is connected. Get connected. Is connected. Get connected. That code looks like it needs some cleanup. Is disconnected. And get disconnected. I don't know why I'm not multi-cursoring this. I guess that's it. This is going to be small. We'll knock this out real quick. Whoops. Ninja Queen. Okay. Trying to think of a way to throw curds in there since Wisconsin cheese curds. Oh my girds, where's your herds? They're looking for some curds. There you go. Get your Irma girds, get your curds. We're looking for your herds. All right, I'll stop now. Maybe not. Questfield account. $243. I kind of want cheese cards. Damn you. Nobody's open that has cheese cards. Although a 24/7 Culver's could be interesting. Culver's open now. I don't think any of these are open. Yeah, you're saying till 11. That's not open now, you dumbass. Yeah, they all close at 11. Culver's cheese curds are all right. They're probably one of the best in the area for like retail chains or whatever, national chains. Cousins are pretty good. That's a sub shop. Trying to think who else has cheese curds. I think Arby's does, but like Yeah, they're probably super duper greasy. They probably have meat in them. Knowing Arby's. Arby's cheese curds. We have the meats. The meat curds. V3 connection 540. V3. Oh. What do I say? 540. To be clear, I'm not trying to hate on Arby's too much. I do eat there semi-frequently, but I just get like regular roast beef because it's different food than cheeseburgers and subs and chicken sandwiches. Count editor.c106. I don't know. Am I the only one that's like, fast food is just fucking boring? Like, I don't know what happened. It's just like, it's all the same shit everywhere. Oh, you can get a burrito at Qdoba or Chipotle. Okay. They're okay. And then you can go to Noodles. Okay, Noodles are okay. They close most, if not all of them in New York City. So you've been had a long time? Dang. How's it going, Anzi? Am I saying that right? Welcome, welcome. About a minute. Anza. Let's go with that. Account editor 150. But yeah, I hadn't been to Arby's in a long time. But like, so around work, there's Taco Bell, McDonald's, which, Wendy's, Cousins Subs. There's a Culver's that's kind of out of the way. Right, but like, that's the main ones, right? And like, you can only eat so much of that shit. It's like, all right, I guess I'm going to Arby's. And like, back in the day, I used to get like beef and cheddars all the time. And I had one recently because they gave me somebody's order. Like, so I always do the online app because there's always deals, right? So if you want to save money and get fast food, you've got to use the app, which is stupid, but whatever. Like, I go up and it's my name on the receipt. Everything's right. And I pull it out. I get back out to my car and I'm like, I'm not going back in. And like, it just had a super messy beef and cheddar, and I'm just eating it like, God, how do people eat this stuff? This is gross. It's all kind of pricey too, right? You've got to use the apps, right? You've got to use the apps, otherwise, whatever, right? So like McDonald's, up until like a month or two ago, you could get a medium combo that with either a Big Mac, a McCrispy, or a quarter pounder, I forget what else, medium combo for $6. Now they bumped it up to $7 by me, right? Because why not, right? But like, if you buy that not on the app, it's like $10, right? So like, you're saving like 33% by using the app, which is dumb, but it is what it is, right? So like, I got Arby's yesterday, I think, and I got a large a double roast beef combo. It was it was like $14 or something, but like, I had a $5 off my order thing. No, it had to be like 16 just for that fucking combo. And like, the $5 off is $11. You're like, what the fuck, man? And the pizza with stuffed crust is still cool for you? Whatever. Like, chain pizza's fine, right? Like, I'll go to Toppers all the time. I know that's not going to be everywhere around here, whatever, it's fine. But yeah. You can ignore the H. Ignore the H. Ons? Okay, just ons. Okay, gotcha. No, it's fine. Haven't had any H since it's basically... Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah, no worries. I don't know German, so don't worry about it. Not a big deal. Just don't ask how expensive McDonald's is in Australia. $10 sounds... Oh, I'm sure. You got to pay the out of the way tax. Let's just go with that. Right? It's like the Hawaii tax too, right? Everything has to be shipped in. Well, not everything, but, you know, a lot of things need to be shipped in. So everything is more expensive because of it. But yeah, like, a lot of times I'll get McDonald's just because it's fast. Well, relatively fast, right? Again, I'll do the curbside pickup. I don't know why anybody goes in the fucking drive-through. It's so slow, man. And you get stuck behind other people, whatever, right? And like, the kicker is, there's not a whole lot at McDonald's I can actually eat that doesn't like make me my stomach upset. It's gotten a little bit better over time, but like I'll normally get a quarter pounder with cheese, which is I don't know what the fuck it's called. It's a Le Big Mac according to Pulp Fiction. Um, oh no, what did he call it? No, a Royale with cheese. That's what it was. It was just a Royale with cheese, right? But the problem is they always make me pull up because like they have to custom make it or something. Like their people aren't used to making them. Um, so like I'll just do curbside and then I don't even have to deal with the drive-through. So yeah, Royale with cheese. There we go. I gotta watch Pulp Fiction. It's been a long time, clearly. What do they call the Whopper? I don't know. I didn't go to Burger King. It's one of my favorite lines from that because it's so silly. You know what they put on French fries in Holland? Nah, what? Mayonnaise? Ah, fuck. Oh, that whole exchange is classic. You created that Nick ages ago before having contact with international communities. Regret? Yeah, no worries, right? I just learned something about German because of your name, right? So apparently H's are commonly silent in German, right? Which kind of makes sense because my last name has German ancestry and we pronounce the CH as a CK for whatever reason. Or maybe it's more of just the C and the H is silent, right? I don't know. Whatever, it's fine. Not a big deal. People's names are what they are. We don't need to make a big deal out of it. Do your best to try to get it right and go from there. Contact list on C. Line 70. Oh, so like I also started recently eating at Subway again too. Again, trying to deal with like food boredom. And like I don't know why anybody would pay full price at Subway. Because even though they don't have the $5 footlongs anymore, they have $6.99 footlongs, but they always use one of three codes. It's either FL699, FLT699, no FTL699, maybe FLT699, or footlong 699. You use it on the website or the app, boom, $7 footlong rather than 11. like why do we have to use these stupid codes? Can we just like go back to normal pricing instead of just like, you know, preying on the suckers that don't use the apps or don't know the codes, because it's kind of gross. So, been a whole thing lately where like fast food places kind of just forgot their place. Like used to be cheap, kind of consistent meh food. When your basic burgers are the same price as a real burger joint, what's the point? Yeah, exactly. And like the speed thing's not even an option either, man. So Jimmy John's is a pretty big chain, right? And like their thing used to be freaky fast. I will order Jimmy John's on my phone and drive 5 to 10 minutes there, park, walk inside, and have to wait 10 minutes to get my sub. Like 15 years ago, you would walk into Jimmy John's and they would be handing you your sub before you finished paying. Like, what happened? It's ridiculous. I have to go Fashionable Light to use that code? Sure. The FTL code. But yeah, like I don't understand how anybody who's an hourly employee, forgetting about how costly fast food is now, just the speed of fast food is so slow. I don't know how anybody who has a half-hour lunch can go and get food from anywhere anymore, because like it's just ridiculous. Like if I order Taco Bell for pickup through the drive-through, I've got to make sure I have 30 minutes. Which is what? Right? So now what I do with Taco Bell is I will order at my house, drive 20 minutes to work to the drive 20 minutes to the Taco Bell by work for grab and go, grab it, fill my soda, and walk out the door, and it's faster than going through the damn drive-through. And it's just what do you like, the name isn't even close to remotely correct anymore, right? Just like, what the fuck, man? All right, so apparently we don't have unit tests for this, which is okay. Oh, well, we should put these in here. It's connected. We don't have disconnected. But yeah, I don't know. It just stuff is so absurd. One place you regularly order on delivery apps is Taco Bell because they still do kind of normal prices. Yeah, if you do like the online deluxe box, which is like $6, that's a really good deal. If you're ordering in the nine, what? The crapshoot whether it's going to take 20 minutes or an hour and a half to get there. Yeah, you've seen street food? Yeah, so have I, man. It's absolutely absurd. And she's just like, how do we get here? I don't understand. Reminds me, you've tried Pidgin on your laptop recently. Checkboxes are really small though. Is that Fedora issue? It's a Pidgin one. I mean, I'm guessing you have a high DPI monitor, and the Pidgin code you're using is from the brunt of it is from like 20 years ago. So it doesn't handle high DPI. That's the problem. There might be ways to fix it. I don't know. Right. The thing is, Pidgin 2 is best effort maintenance mode now. As we're trying to get Pidgin 3 out the door. And Pidgin 3 should handle high display monitors much better because it's built into GTK and stuff like that now. Oh, no, disconnection should be true. My bad. Yep, that's right. It should be false. Nope, should be true. Oh, we should make sure we made it to the end. Gee, assert not reached. Oh, yeah, don't worry about typos. Whatever. Yeah, like the I don't know, the whole high display thing is a whole different battle. But basically, you might be able to find it if you search for like high display with GTK 2 or GTK version 2. You might be able to find some workarounds, but I don't know them off the top of my head because I don't run high display anything or high DPI anything because I'm old. I need glasses. You probably set a huge GTK 2 theme and affect almost nothing else since few things use it now. Yeah, there's that too. That I must have hit Control S there. Okay. You feeling that? You're at the age where you're now increasing font size in terminal. Yeah, I mean, you see mine. So mine started. I started making my font size big so that people watching Twitch on mobile could read the screen or could read the code and stuff. And then I just got used to it, and I was like, my eyes don't hurt. It's just like, oh, that's why 28-point font. Let's go. You've been trying to get GTK themes working on your GNOME OS, and it's not changing anything. GTK, so, oh, on GNOME OS. Yeah, I don't know anything about GNOME OS. Isn't that supposed to be, so like modern GNOME stuff doesn't really have themes per se. Like they recently added accent colors, but like the old theming stuff was super duper hacky. So they wanted to remove that to like actually do it better, and they just haven't gotten around to doing it better yet. And that's where they came up with the ideas of stuff like platform libraries like Edwata and stuff like that. But you should be able to do the accent color and all that stuff. But I don't know the specifics about GNOME OS because I haven't done anything with it yet. I probably won't because I'll just build a Flatpak and go from there. But issue branch. Oh, this can go. We'll do this here. All this stuff on the account stuff is annoying, but it's fine. Oh, I'm on IR3 account settings. Account settings, user splits. They changed strategies for GNOME OS, right? Remember it being a testbed dev platform. Now they're doing the KDE thing and build a proper reference OS. I think that's right. I'm not sure. I haven't paid much attention to it, honestly. You don't normally think about removing the minimize and maximize buttons from application window bars. They require you to get GNOME tweaks to turn it back on manually. I don't know. That, like, doesn't matter to me. I don't use floating windows. As you can see. Like, yeah, floating windows. Even then, yep. Like, I'm not trying to criticize or say anything. It doesn't affect me, is what I'm trying to say. Branch account disconnected. Add purple dot account colon disconnected. To complement account colon connected. It also deprecates account dot is connected for purple dot account dot get connected and purple dot account dot is disconnected for purple dot account get disconnected. What did I stack this on? Oh, I stacked this on top of the list stuff. Use the window full screen or tiled, no need for the button. Yeah. Use TWM if you have time to configure it all the way I like. Ooh. Yeah, that's I'll pass on that one. This is 4154 I stacked this on top of, I think. We can go merge those other ones quick too and then clean this up. Oh, I guess we don't need the depend. Well, whatever. It's fine. You like gaps, which apparently is rare. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. Like, I remember when i3 gaps was a big thing and everyone's like, you're going to have gaps. And I'm just like, I don't care. Right? Like, that's fine. But, like, you know, personal preference, whatever. But, like, yeah, it does nothing for me. Like, back in the day when I still used XFCE, I had a script that would spawn 6 terminals in a 3x2 pattern. And it would strip all the Windows decorations and everything. And that's how I did a lot of coding. And now I just use Sublime Text and everything's full screen and I just don't care anymore. You know, it's fine. In personal preference, find what works for you, go from there, right? Yeah, so I did some minor cleanup here, but not a whole lot. That's okay. All right, publish. You have a soft spot for Fluxbox, which might go back to if KD continues to get more like MS Windows. Nice. It's something similar, but a video wall player and Enlightenment back in the day. Oh man, I miss Enlightenment. E16 was just chef's kiss, man. And then just nothing happened in Enlightenment forever. And just like stuff didn't work right and whatever. But E16 was so amazing. Like, well, then I suppose, right? Then came out Compiz and Barrel, and then you had all the other, like, the cool thing about like Enlightenment was like you could just like randomly have the bottom of your screen on fire and all these other weird pixel and particle effects and stuff. But then Compiz and Barrel came out and just blew Enlightenment out of the water. Like the spinning desktop cube, and you could just draw fire anywhere on the screen and stuff. And like blowing up windows that would just like they'd start on fire and then turn to ash. All this stupid flashy shit we used to do back in the day. Katie, Windows done right? No, it's supposed to be cholesterol free. Why the hell would it want to be like Windows? That's not just a rumor, right? KDE is ES cholesterol free, something like that. Or no, I'm thinking of XFCE, right? XFCE is cholesterol free. Yeah, my bad. What is KDE supposed to mean then? I don't remember. At E though, you're into E so hard, and the newer versions just don't hit the same. Yeah, I know, same, totally. So, where the hell say it? Yeah, the Slackware Linux distribution has nicknamed XFCE the cholesterol-free whatever desktop environment. A loose interpretation of the initialism. Ooh, Pidgin's on here, right? Yeah, there's ADME. Did they fix the name of Pidgin yet? We renamed him a while ago. It was like the purple pigeon. Like that's dumb. Like we call him Pidgey now. You guys wonder why Microsoft doesn't make a Linux distro called Doors OS, which has Edge, PowerShell, etc. Nobody uses except for Windows fan, but it would get them to invest more in Linux in a way that helps the ecosystem at least. I suppose. I mean, I'm sure you're aware that Edge and PowerShell are Linux native now, but oh, actually, they probably can't call it Doors. Like, I love the pun. That's great, but they can't use the name Doors because that's an IBM product. It's called Ubuntu. Very nice. Very nice. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they call it shutters, screens, storm window. No. That's right. Mariner, isn't that the thing on Azure? Something like that. PowerShell is surprisingly good, and with Pester for unit tests, it's even legit. All right, I don't know. I've looked at some PowerShell stuff, and I'm like, nope, I'm good. I will pass. Like, I am good. Clean, issue up, default, CD build, Ninja. I didn't pull. I just also just Chromium in a different wrapper. Yeah. I did see something. Oh, so apparently they're dropping the old Edge stuff from the Windows or something, and they're recommending everybody uses WebView 2, which is interesting because years ago we decided we were going to fully pull WebKit out of Pidgin 3. We were using it for displays and stuff. But one of the reasons we pulled it out was there was no WebKit 2 port for Windows, which apparently there is now. So, I mean, we're not going back to WebKit. Like, I'm not pulling that nightmare in. But it's just interesting that it's like, oh, stuff has changed and now that's here. Okay, cool. Right? Some little things that annoy you, like you recently noticed file grouping by date in the file manager in recent files. You haven't found a way to, oh God. I don't know. I don't use file managers. Single dash is completely mutant, but object pipes are a neat idea. Huh. I don't know what those are, but okay. It's fine. You don't need to tell me. I'm not going to remember because I don't use PowerShell. Ever. KDE is apparently for... Oh, yeah. K desktop environment. That's right. With K not having specific meaning and the name has been influenced by CDE. Oh, okay, that makes sense. But... is it like the cool... actually, yeah. Isn't it supposed to be the cool desktop environment? Where CDE is the common desktop environment. KDE was the cool desktop environment. Cool spelled with a K. I think that's... I recall... Like, that sounds familiar, but I might just be making it up. Maybe give Trinity a go? It's a KDE 3.4? Oh, God. So the fun part is, like, when I started running desktop Linux, KDE 3 was brand new. And everybody was using that damn Kermic or whatever theme for KDE. And it was just everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but yeah, you couldn't go anywhere without seeing it. That's just one interpretation? Okay. Okay. Had tux with glasses on? Nice. Normally use KDE as your main DE, although I couldn't find the USB and only had a gnome one left. So I can't check, but it's got to be in the Dolphin preferences. Yeah. They even continued development of Qt3. So, you gonna work on Quail for it? Oh, I just realized why it's called Trinity. Because it's KDE3 or Qt3. Qt3 is a no-go? Oh, why is that? Another interpretation is that K comes before the letter L in the alphabet, and L standing for Linux, hence K? Okay. That one seems real contrived. Not gonna lie. Oh, is QTE3 a problem because of license? It's using that stupid Trolltech license, right? I like KDE because it gives you Qt support, which I use for projects. It has some pretty nice features and applications. It uses OpenGL and Vulkan. Interesting. I don't know. I haven't ran KDE since KDE 3. So I'm trying to remember which way I went. With desktop Linux, I played around with window managers a lot. I think I started with KDE 2 technically, but then I moved to KDE 3 because I moved to Debian testing or something. I don't remember precisely. Then I did E16 for a long time. I mucked around with FVWM for a while because one of the other Pidgin developers swore by it. And I just still couldn't figure out why he swore by it, but whatever. Then at some point, I ended up using XFCE 3, and I used that forever until XFCE 4 came out. And then I literally used XFCE 4 until I started using i3 in like 2016 or something. I think, yeah, I've always been on i3 since I started streaming. I started streaming in 2017. So, yeah. No, not because of the license. You just know Qt starting with 4 better. And they did a lot of breakthrough. Ah, okay, gotcha. Gotcha, makes sense. Yeah, I don't have any beef with XFCE or anything. I mean, I don't have any beef with any window managers. Just the tiling window managers make so much more sense to me. I was effectively treating XFCE as a tiled window manager. As you can see, I make heavy usage of workspaces. And like on a double monitor setup, I had like 12 virtual desktops on each monitor in XFCE. And I ran them in a disjoint setup so that like I could I could switch virtual desktops on one monitor and not the other one. And that meant I couldn't move windows between them, and nobody would understand why I would want to do that. And like, I want my stuff to stay where it is. I don't want the monitors. I want to be able to switch a monitor one at a time. But people, and like, I keep things organized. So like moving to a tiling window manager was fine. It wasn't a big deal. I tried Awesome at one point too. Didn't care for Awesome. The forced layouts of the window of the tiles was really annoying. XFCE is really good for PCs with lower resources, although TWM are probably even more efficient. Yeah, probably, but TWM looks like crap. But like, so like I was saying earlier, I have XRDP running on this machine, and the XRDP session runs XFCE. So you only used Kate in conversations and Kmail? Okay. Jesus, why is this coming up so fast? Telling window managers in general, when I say okay. So the thing is, there is a window manager called TWM. And it was like one of the first window managers, and it came with X. And it looks like this. This is what I thought you're talking about. And I'm like, why in the world would you want to use TWM? Like, okay, I guess, whatever, knock yourself out. But like, yeah. Like this is TWM. Back in the days of XF or in X-Free 86.3, this is what you got by default. Yeah, let's see. Initial release 1987. Oh shit, they just had a release in May? What? I mean, it's not a nice retro look, it's just retro. It's just old. Yeah, if you say tiling went WM, much more sense. Or just tile W, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, okay, if you want to use TWM, sure. Like, I see people mention DWM all the time, too. And I look at DWM and I'm just like, But, like, even my i3 config, there's not a whole lot extra here. I think this is safe, but let me verify. So, okay, there's a little bit of customization here, but nothing major. Yeah. So, I don't think I have anything super weird here. So the main stuff I do is on the bar, I turn off the mouse wheel button, right? So here, this doesn't do anything anymore. You can't see what I'm doing, but so mouse wheel. Stay. Stop. Right. So this doesn't switch my desktops on me. So what ends up happening a lot is I'll be trying to scroll through like a long web page or something, and my mouse will move, and I'll end up here right at the top, and then oh, okay, well I need to fix that. I don't know how to fix that, but um, right. So that's what that does. That does it for the bar. I don't know how to do it for the title stuff. We'll have to figure that out at some point. But then because I have so many monitors, I want to be able to move entire workspaces to different monitors. And then I use i3 lock. That's a common one for most people to use. I use Rofi instead of dmenu, mostly because dmenu didn't support, I don't know if it still doesn't, but it didn't support xrandar. And my monitors are, 2 of them are rotated, so that became a problem. So I had to go to Rofi because of that. But then I have this nasty long thing, so I can do this and grab a screenshot. I finally just got that working. I used to have a command that would do all that. But then I can just, it's on my clipboard and I can paste the image wherever. And then I recently set this guy up too, so I can rename my workspaces. And then, yeah, so button 1 focus, dragging. Yeah, there's got to be a way to do the scroll wheel stuff here somehow. It's probably similar to this. But then I use Unagi as a compositor, because without that, GTK, like, you need a compositor for GTK4. All this shit looks weird. And then I use Dex to run auto start stuff out of XDG auto start and .config auto start. That's the extent of my i3 settings. Right, the rest of it I don't really care about. It's fine. The mouse wheel will normally cycle through them. Yeah. So here. So, yep. Nope. Right. So now the mouse wheel goes through them, and I do not want it to do that because that is dumb. Let's see. i3 button mapping. Sure. Kind of like the paper WM style with vertical desktops and apps being an endless scroll to the right. Huh. I don't know. I haven't seen that one. The thing I like about i3 is it just lets me do whatever I want. There's no like I said, one of the things with awesome WM that drove me nuts was it had these specific layouts that you had to use. Whereas like i3, right, I can just go over to i3 here and just be like, right, I can just build whatever I want and get stuff to go however I want it, right? And that's what's much more powerful and useful to me. Oh, actually, I should have done this too, right? And then I can turn this into a stack. Give me another window here, right? Right, we pulled that one out there, right? So we got the stack here. And then... Huh. That's fun. I've never, ever seen this screen before.
Debug's problem, you can attach GDB from the file options. Yeah, let's just restart in place. But yeah, just restarted and everything got back to normal too, right? So, yeah, still not sure why it crashed, but okay, sure. But you get the point, right? They just stuff just works and does what you want it to do. That's fine. Except it crashes, but you see how bad it crashed, right? The gold standard test reliable and very popular for tiling. Yeah. Like on my laptop I use Sway. But again, you know, it gives me the options to do what I want and does stuff the way I need it to, right? Mouse bindings. Binds him, button 1. Side buttons to move the window around. I think 4 and 5 are the wheel. The exclude title bar flag is given. The title bar will not be considered for the key binding. The middle button over title bar kills the window. That's interesting, but nope. The middle button and a modifier over any of the window kills the window. The right button toggles floating. Side buttons. Okay, so button 4 is up, button 5 is down, right? So if I want to stop this, I should be able to say disable tile scrolling. Bind sim, yeah. Button 4, it's not. Bind sim button 5, not. Yep, there we go. Boom. Problem solved. We are done. I mean, oh, what the hell? Uh-oh. What's going on? Okay. I think we're probably okay. Or wait, did this disable the mouse button 4 and 5 everywhere? What is going on graphically here? Ah! OBS is picking it up too. Sometimes shit just gets real crazy in Firefox for me. I don't know why, but it happens. But it seems to just be Firefox. And sometimes terminals too, I guess. I don't know. You think your problem was you tried it in a virtual machine, so you had to change all the key bindings, something that wouldn't interfere with VMware? Yeah, yeah. So, like, one of the reasons why my XRDP session uses XFCE is I use, like, it's the key binding problem, right? So on my laptop, I'm using Sway, so my mod key is super, and I can't really use that inside XRDP because then it gets pulled by the window manager and all that stuff, and it's just, yeah, it's a bad time. So it's one of those things. So, all right, anyways, that should be okay. Oh, too far. Fuck, already booted out again. Jesus Christ. Okay, yep, so that one's there. That's fine. Oh, I was gonna rebase and stuff. Yep, looks fine. Oh. Much as you enjoy Firefox, you're halfway on Ladybird. What was Ladybird again? That's like a new implementation or something, right? Like a completely from scratch, I think. A tool that loads websites saying making sure you're not a bot is the same tool Fedora uses as part of the doc site. Yeah, it's a tool called Anubis. It worked great for a while, but now the bots are just paying the cost. Anubis, no, not tattoo. Anubis, proof of work. Tucaro or Tucharo, whatever. I'm not sure how you say it. That's what this is. FreeBSD has it too, but they did like a custom avatar. But like the AI scrapers were it came out of Serenity. Okay, gotcha. The AI scrapers were completely decimating all of our sites, and then we deployed Anubis and they fucked off. So that was yeah. But so apparently they've been like they haven't taken down our site since. So maybe they've scaled back. But the thing with Anubis is you have to have JavaScript running and you have to do a proof of work with SHA-256. Maybe it's SHA-512 even now. I don't know. So like when the scrapers weren't doing JavaScript, it didn't work for them obviously because they needed JavaScript. But cloud compute is relatively cheap, so now they've just started doing all that to start scraping again. And it's really shitty because like I'm not a fan of LLMs and the nonsense and shit of the entire AI concepts because they're just garbage. There's better methods than what are there. And like people don't learn stuff when they just type it into an AI and whatever, right? There's a whole bunch of that stuff, right? But like that aside, like making stuff available for web crawlers, archive.org, stuff like that, that's something we as an open source project want to do and want to support. But the problem is they would just completely flood your site and just completely take it down, right? They just, and even if they'd get 500s or the connections would time out, they would not slow down at all. And that's the problem, right? Funny, I was just gonna take a drink. And that's been the problem with it, right? Like I'm not a fan of them turning it into a copyright infringement machine, but like, you know, don't fuck up my site, man. Like it got so bad where like during the stream, I set up a bunch of stuff so that we could turn off the web portion of our code hosting so that we could still work because we couldn't work because the site was down. And like the site's running in a DigitalOcean data center in Kubernetes and it has all these resources and it just can't keep up. And it's just like, what do you do, right? And then people want to debate with me about, oh, well, you're attacking the users by hiding it behind a thing. And I'm like, I'm not doing shit. I'm keeping it alive for the users because if I don't do this, it's down. That requires that many requests. No, it's not that it requires that many requests. It's that they're just stomping on everybody. They don't care. It's not that it requires it. There's no reason why you have to request the same page thousands of times a day when there's stuff like e-tags and browser caches and all this other shit that's been around forever. No, there's people that are mad about Anubis. Like, it's like, I've literally had people like, well, if it's anything like the Cloudflare interface, that's very annoying for users. I was like, what are you talking about? Here's a link. Go check the fucking page. You can see what it is. Stop making assumptions. And they're like, well, I'm not going to look at that, blah, blah, blah. Like, why are you talking to me then? Like, you are arguing in bad faith. Shut up. Stop wasting my time. So you get when you write your AI scraper using AI? That's very fair. If your user uses a Cloudflare DNS long enough, they can just click the checkbox for the Cloudflare one. Yeah, I don't know. But the web is in a very, very, very weird place. We'll just call it that, right? We're just going to say at a weird place right now. I don't have any better words to say. I saw the thing about Google saying that the open web is on the decline, and then they retracted that statement. And it's just like, yeah, bitches, you're the ones that did it. Two of the W's in dub 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 is Wild West. Nice. Yeah, it's so stupid. Oh. Mm-hmm. I'm very curious if the camera picked up my jaw popping. So I have a borderline condition called hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means my joints are more flexible than they should be. They're not as rigid as they should be, which means they overflex and they can come out of socket and move around and partially dislocate and stuff. And sometimes my jaw will pop when I'm yawning and it'll snap into place. And it fucking sucks. And that's what just happened. I'm like, oh. Oh yeah. So like I went through all sorts of shit to get diagnosed. To actually get a diagnosis, not that you necessarily need it. You end up having to go to a geneticist, and they, well, let me tell you, they are not cheap. But yeah, it's totally a thing. There's all sorts of different types of Ehlers-Danlos syndrome too. There's a vascular one, which is usually pretty fatal. There's one of the skin, I forget what it's called, where people's skin is very flexible. My skin's more flexible than most people, but it's nowhere like people that actually have the full case. So, dude. Does that answer your question? All right, let's try this one. Oh, I should give a warning of joint cracking ASMR is about to start. If you don't want to hear that, wait till you see my hands go down. All right, will the elbows go? Oh, not really. There we go. Yeah. The new problem is my fingers are locking up, and that's really annoying. They're not like locked, but like right now this joint isn't where it's supposed to be, and neither is this one. And that sucks. But yeah. How's it going, Buffer? Welcome. How are you? Sorry for all the joint popping. But yeah, my knees are where the problem started, and that's where it was first noticeable. But yeah, everything's messed up. Graham equals Elastigirl from Incredibles. Got it. Yeah, pretty much. Or Mr. Fantastic. Right, from the Fantastic Four. But I'm not nearly as stretchable as him, clearly. Or flexible, stretchable, whatever. There's a bunch of really gross stuff I can do. I can't do well on stream. But, so on more than one occasion while reaching for groceries in the trunk of my car or the boot of my car, right? I have partially separated my shoulders. Because I've been stretching so far. So like one of the things that I'll do is I'll try to find a wall that connects like this or whatever. That's like this, right? And then I'll stand on this side and I'll have people watch here and I'll go, here's my arm straight. Here's my arm stretched, right? So straight, stretched, right? Straight, stretched. And then, oh wait, we're still on frame. Okay, right? Straight, stretched. And then because we're right at the edge of the camera here, you see my fingers disappearing? I got my thumb off the screen. So nothing actually came fully out or anything, but yeah. That's it's fun, especially when my joints will not go back into their proper location. It sucks. Handcuffs hate this one trick. Yeah, I don't know. I've never tried to get, I have big hands, right? So like getting a handcuff around there, I can get pretty flat, but it's, yeah. I without getting into too much details, I have been in handcuffs twice from the police because they're profiling bitches, and I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, both times. And they put them fucking things on tight. Very tight. Like so tight that even only having them on for 30 minutes to an hour, I had cuts and scrapes. So, yeah. You're on continuous like that, but you have to press on your jaw all the time to pop it in. And if you keep your foot still, but turn your leg, it'll pop your knees too. Yeah. It definitely sounds, you're probably like me, have a borderline case. So like one of my nieces, she runs track and stuff like that, or she did. She's out of high school now. Um, but like she kept popping her hips out of socket, like literally full dislocations. And it's just like, fuck. Like, I don't get the full ones. But, yeah. Like, I consider myself very lucky that I do not get the full dislocations. But it is definitely a possibility. And it is not great. All right, so we're gonna go make this binding group. G binding group new. I think this takes a no. This doesn't take a thing yet. Because binding groups work on any G object, you just create a new one. And then yeah. Okay, so we're gonna create a binding group. We got a binding group. Talking about profiling, you were handcuffed and fingerprinted as a minor when skating alone for looking like some suspect they made up. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the first time I was arrested, I was a teenager. It was me, a friend, and a girl. We were both kind of trying to go date. Teenagers. But my friend had a car. He was driving. He decided he was going to let her drive. So we went into a little suburb stuff. And the cops pulled us over for suspicious behavior. And like, they're like, yeah, you came in off of this road. And we're like, no, we came in on the other road. But like, I was 16 at the time. They took our cigarettes and stuff. And all that crap. But yeah, I was in the car, handcuffed for like an hour. It was like, yep. Like, I don't know why you're handcuffing 3 kids who are just out. Like, it wasn't even super late. It was like 10 o'clock, right? I don't even think it was, yeah. It's just, whatever. And the second time, I was lost in Chicago and in a very bad neighborhood. And apparently, if you're white and in that neighborhood, you're there to buy drugs. I was lost. I got pulled over. They found some old chewing gum in my car in a wrapper, but I don't chew gum because I have crowns and shit. And I don't want to mess with those at all because they're expensive. And they were claiming it was heroin. So they handcuffed me and threw me in the backseat of the cop car. And then they're like, well, we're going to have to take you down and have the lab look at it. I'm like, go ahead. I'm like, it looks like gum to me. I don't chew gum. I bought this car like 4 years ago. You guys are in places I've never been in this car. I don't know what to tell you. But then they ended up unarresting me and not charging me. It's stupid cops, man. That's why when people are like, cops are good guys, blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, ooh, you and I have had very different experience with cops. Like, we're just going to put it right there. I'm like, well, I've never had a problem with the cops. Like, yeah, okay, well, I have. That or, here's another good one. So, a couple years ago, actually, it couldn't have been that long. Oh, no, I guess it was. Somewhere around COVID, because I wasn't driving much. And what would end up happening is I have a hybrid. I have a Prius for a car. And one of the things they don't tell you about a Prius in particular is if you don't drive it often enough and charge the 12 volt and, you know, let the car recharge the 12 volt battery, the 12 volt battery will die and the car will not start. So I was dealing with this for a while, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I had to keep calling somebody to come and jump my car so I could go and do anything because I wouldn't drive anywhere for like 3 days in the winter. And winter in Wisconsin, you know, we're -0 Fahrenheit for a good portion of it, right? So the car battery would just drain and it'd be screwed and whatever. So anyways, one time a guy comes, he jumps the car. I'm waiting for him to leave because he's in a big flatbed tow truck and he's got me blocked in the garage. So I just close the garage door and I go wait in the yard for him to do his thing and leave. As I'm standing there, some guy runs into my backyard, says he needs help hiding. He's got asked me to help hide him. I'm like, dude, I can't get involved. Like, I'm not getting involved in whatever the hell he's doing, right? Then I see the cops running around. He sees them, jumps over the fence into my neighbor's yard and goes off somewhere, whatever, right? 2 or 3 days later, maybe it might have even been the next day. I don't remember. There's just like 8 fucking cops walking around my house and stuff. So I go poke us out. I'm like, hey, what's going on? Right? They're like, yeah, we're looking for a suspect, blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, I ran into him, blah, blah, blah. And I'm telling them the story and shit. And then it turns out, like, right next to my fence here, he dropped a gun in my neighbor's bush and the cops just didn't come back and find it until whenever the hell they were all there. It's just like, well, you guys said he did an armed robbery of a bank, and like you guys just went home without finding the gun after you arrested him? Like, what the fuck? Right? And like at the time there was kids living in that house, and there was a gun just thrown in the bushes in their front yard, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, that's nuts, man. It's absolutely nuts. So, yeah. All the experiences you've had with cops, only one was beneficial to you? Yeah, I don't... Oh. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy, man. That's the same type of situation usually involves an armed and dangerous suspect that we do not ask to hide. Yeah, yeah. When I say I have had a lot of weird experiences in my life, I'm not joking. People seem to think I am, and just nope, yep. Like, I'm like, I can't make this shit up, right? It's is what it is, for better or worse. Fuck it, it's 3:30. All right, we're gonna try to get this binding group in here real quick. And we got an ad about to start, so I'm gonna grab water, go pee quick. We're gonna try to get this done before 4, and then I'm going to bed because I am realizing how absolutely tired I am. Sorry. Anyways, I'll be back in a few minutes. Thought the green screen might be off, but no, it's all right. Second time you got a parse error when publishing a review. Huh. We're back. Okay. Yeah, I updated Anubis the other day and I restarted everything. Your review is gone? Shit. All right. I had a commentary the other day too. It's got to be something with Anubis. Oh shit, an issue on this one or on a different one? Okay. What do I need to fix? Disconnected. Oh, that's dumb. My dumb, but yeah. I might have to end sooner. The tiredness is just kicking in hardcore. Also, so I'm going to apologize for the migration docs. I know they're super long. And I'm sure there's typos fucking everywhere. I tried to go through, I went through it 3 times before I published it. And I'm sure I missed stuff because I always do somehow. But at last count, it was 8,200 words. And I was like, I just need to publish this because it's too long. But I would like to have that more or less complete for the release. But we still have to do all the UI stuff. Oh, wait. You said for this one, get disconnected. This is a different one. This is IRC settings. Yeah, okay. So this one's good? I'm like, wait a second. Disconnected shouldn't be in this one. Yeah, no worries, no worries. We got an extra obsolescence marker. Who gives a shit? It's 4156, right? Yeah. Oh, nice. I was like, did you implement that? I was like, if you're doing this, do you want to finish my Mason pull request? Mason wants me to write unit test. And like, okay, sure. But it's like, oh, I'm really struggling to find motivation to do it. Especially when it's a bug that, like, I found. It's like, oh, come on. It's a -1 +1. Now you want it to be like plus 1,000. Now the review worked? Okay. Yeah, we can dig through the logs or something, but it's probably fine. Yeah, it's most likely something with Anubis. Anubis probably timed you out something. I should talk to Chi. I'm not sure how you say their name. We're kind of friendly because I'm a Patreon and stuff, and obviously talking about using Anubis for Pidgin. But just like, hey, you got some ideas to make this work better? Oh. Oh, man. Oh, yep. I don't think that was a typo. I think I just brain farted, but whatever. Oh, you know you can just fix these, Ivanhoe, right? You should be able to edit this, right? Just like QLogic did in the summary. But it's fine. I can do it. But yeah, you should be able to do that. All right, looks good. 4157. You can't edit that field? Okay. Let's take a look. It might just be an admin setting. I'm not logged in here. Boop. Users. Oh, these are alphabetized? Yeah, okay. I'm hiding this because it's email addresses and shit like that. QLogic is staff. Ivanhoe is not staff. Ivanhoe is now staff. Once I hit save, they're saved. Okay. You should be able to hit that button now. Or you should be able to see that button now. If not, let me know. Then we'll keep looking. But obviously that should do it. Oh, cool. Alright. We were landing. Now we're turtling. Remember when we had one unit test suite? Those were the days. I don't mean that in a good way. Oh, there's supposed to be a ticket for this. Well, I forgot to edit. Pepperidge Farm remembers. That's what I'm looking for. Oh shit! Putting the bug in here doesn't matter because you put the bug in here so it ends up in the commit message. But whatever. This is a breadcrumb later. So the commit message is going to say 4157, right? So, all right. Oh, did we not land this yet? Like, what the fuck did I do? Yeah, so I landed it, but the problem was I didn't have the bug in there, so it didn't end up in here. But if we'll find another one that has it somewhere. Right. So it'll say bugs closed in the thing, but so the commit still has a review request number in there. So now you can click that link, you go here, now you see the bug, and then you're good. Okay, whatever. Completed. 4157, right? That was the yep. /r/4157 was created for this, and it was merged in. Not typing that. Really wish we could get like keywords working in here. Fixed. There might be a way to do it. I just don't know how. Although we'd have to set like Pidgin / whatever. U track auto links. to... No, I don't know that we want that. Thank you. Shall I custom link type and you track that links to an external URL. Entirely unrelated U-track concept. Links created with link types can only connect to custom workflow may indeed help here. Do not rely on links of any kind, but rather check issues comments for X text pattern. That's probably what they want to call it, yeah. Oh, cool. Alright, well that might be a way to do that. It would save me some minor time. Still no button, really. Alright. Well, what's the deal? It might be an admin setting then. Let me just check that. But I would imagine that staff would have done it. Oh. We should remove him from staff, because he has not been around in forever. Oh. Okay, so admin lets you go to the admin site. Super user lets you do the other stuff. Okay, hold on. I don't know why it doesn't show super user here. Can I show super user here? All right, hold on. Who else is staff? Ivanhoe staff. I'm staff. There's the... Yeah. Q-Logic, Reconaro, Richard, Robbie. Okay, well, either way, I'm going to give you super user because I think it'll be useful for you. So, okay. It should show up now. You shouldn't have to relog in or anything. But, like, the thing is, per Christian or ChipX86, like, generally speaking, you're not supposed to be editing other people's reviews. That's just the way they've designed a review board. But I don't know. It seems silly to, like, have somebody add a comment to fix a typo in the description when it's right there. Right? It's not like, oh, it's tied to the commit or something. I mean, it can be tied to the commit because you can update it, but it's weird. Yes or not? Okay, cool. So, all right. What are we doing? Yeah, you're welcome. No, and thank you for, sticking around long enough for me being able to trust you with that setting. Or more specifically, to feel that I can trust you with that setting. Or with that access. Is like the person I just disabled, who I'm not going to name, it doesn't matter. They just disappeared one day and never came back. I'm like, oh, okay. There's also a fine grain setting there, is there? Oh yeah, look at that. Permission can add no. Content types, change descriptions. Yeah, well, whatever. It's fine right now. Yeah, so there's can change general comment. Can edit review request. That's probably what it is. I don't know. We could sit here trying to figure it out all day. I don't care right now. If somebody wants to figure it out, let me know. But yeah, I find that gain distrust. I don't know about that, but no. Did we push? I don't know that we pushed. And the thing is, for me in particular, it's not necessarily gaining trust. It's everybody starts at a like default trust level, and then they slowly decline, or maybe they get more, right? But like, it's not like I don't trust you. It's like, we'll see what you do, right? I just mean that's me generally with everybody, not just Pidgin related stuff. It's like trust can be granted and it can also be taken away. Gotcha. Reviews, review requests can edit review requests. Gotcha. Yeah. Whatever, it's fine for now. Oh. Okay, yeah, I just put that in the wrong spot. Okay. I'm like, what the hell? Count disconnected property. Yeah. This didn't need to be there, is what I'm saying. Count settings, user splits. Oh, this doesn't matter either. Shit, where was my... Did I shelf? Did shelf, didn't I? You recently watched a deep dive into some group was infiltrated over like a year of good commits to sneak in nefarious updates. It was called XZ. And it was very, very big news. A special place in help for people who target open source projects for their exploits. Yeah. You can see why they do it, but I don't understand what would make someone do it. Yeah, I mean, people are shitty, right? Like you know, I'm speaking generally here. I'm not talking about anybody specific here, but people will do shitty things for whatever reasons, right? I stay up too late working on Pidgin because I have fun doing it, and it's shitty for my health. What you could do. Yeah. All right. So we got our binding group. Sooner or later, we're gonna actually get this implemented. We could and maybe clean up the rest of this. Okay, I gotta remember how to do this. So we create the binding group, and then we do like bind something. Yeah. So then we say bind. We can do a bind full. Yeah. So what we can do here, and this is where this gets to be real fun. So in init, we've got the binding group. Then we're gonna say, so what you do is, oh shit, do we have to do this in constructed? Yeah, we have to do this in constructed. Okay, we'll create the binding group here. That's fine. But we need to have all the properties and everything loaded. So we have to do this in constructed, which is fine. All right, so now, we're gonna say G binding group bind. The binding group, editor binding group. Then the source property, wait. There's binding between source property on the source object. Oh, right. Okay, yep. So then we say the source property. So this is the account. So this is disconnected. Or yeah, we want to disconnect it because we need to negate this, right? Right. So when disconnected is false, the widget should not be sensitive. All right, so we're going to grab the disconnected property from the source. This will make more sense in a second. The target is going to be editor.ui. So we're going to start with the protocol chooser. So this is going to be editor protocol. And then the property is going to be sensitive. And then binding flag should just be default, I think. Sync create. Yeah, it's definitely not bidirectional. Yeah. Okay, right. So oh, we can do this too. Yeah, we should be able to do this too. We should be able to say G binding group. Bind editor binding group, comma, the protocol chooser. This is a property, right? Yep. Okay, this is read write. So we can say from the source object, we're going to take the protocol. Or no, this is the target. Sorry. So this is, yeah, sorry. So it's protocol, right? So what's going to happen is we're going to set what we're doing is we're setting up all these signals so that we can just swap out the source object and then everything will work. So then this becomes editor-account. Yeah. No. Yeah, sorry. This is protocol. And then we're going to set the protocol from here. Right. So the account has a protocol property, and we're going to bind that to the protocol property on editor protocol. Right. So that gets rid of this, right? So we don't need to even do this check anymore because it's not going to happen. Right? It's not necessary. So what'll end up happening here is in set account, instead of all this nonsense, so we'll deal with that in a second, but we're going to say G binding group set source editor binding group, comma, account. That's it. That's all we need to do. We're gonna have to do some more cleanup here, but that's okay. Yeah, GTK is all right to develop with. It's a lot easier now than it used to be. That's for certain. Like I said, we're doing this whole binding group thing because it didn't exist when we built this widget 3 years ago. And it just makes things easier now, right? But like, so here's the same thing where we set the protocol, right? Just boom, it's gone. Don't need to care about that. We don't need to care about notify connection. Well, we kind of do, but we'll deal with that in a second. And the rest of this should just clear out on its own. But again, we don't need to disconnect the signal handler because we have a binding group now. And that's just going to bind everything by default. Connection, change, callback. We should be able to get rid of this by doing the other bindings. That might get we might have to do a separate binding group for that, but that's okay. Because of the dynamic settings where we don't want to put them into the main binding group because they're just going to die and not going to work right. But yeah. Good feeling when refactoring leads to much cleaner code. Yeah, so here's the real kicker, right? Ugh. So, lib purple in Pidgin 2, 141,000 lines of code, right? Keep in mind, we have to do this separately. The protocols are 32,000 lines of that. So Pidgin 2, or purple 2 in Pidgin 2 is about 100,000 lines of code, right? The protocols got moved out of the libpurple directory, and they're way smaller now because we chomped them down and we're rewriting them, stuff like that, right? But remember, so purple 2 is 1,000 lines of code in Pidgin 2. In Pidgin 3, it's currently 45,000 lines of code. Right? That's half. Now, even more interesting, the Pidgin UI itself in Pidgin 2 is currently sitting at 86,000 lines of code, of C code, right? In Pidgin 3, we're at 15,000 lines of code. We have shed 70,000 lines of code. Obviously, we don't have feature parity and stuff like that. But, yeah, there's a bunch of different lines counting tools out there. C-Lock is in a lot of Linux distros, stuff like that. Take everything with a grain of salt on it, right? It's not definitive or, yeah, definitive work, right? It makes mistakes, right? But it gives you a rough idea. All right, it's close enough, is what it comes down to. All right, where we were looking for connection callback, update editable. All right, so what is in update editable? So protocol should already be tied to that. Username is going away. Well, whatever. Let's see. We probably don't compile. Well, probably got errors everywhere because I deleted shit, which I'm sure we do. All right. Oh, I spelled fucking binding group wrong again. I don't know how I keep doing that. So we've got a, well, no, the first thing to do right now is to move to the binding group. That's right. And do other cleanups of the code. All right. God, I need to figure out what is going on here. This is a my machine thing. I don't know what's going on, but shit gets weird. Okay, so IRC is on. This is disabled. The only way to disable that was, did we do that on the box itself? Oh. Disconnect demo. Okay, so this is enabled, right? Cool, cool. Username's all enabled, blah, 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 blah. Re-enable this guy. I thought we fixed that. Clearly we didn't. That's fun. So this looks okay, but I don't think we did all this. So we are calling, oh, because we are still calling this. No, this should, okay. Oh, okay, hold on. Reset sensitive. No, we shouldn't need to do this. Reset sensitivity of the protocol chooser to sensitive. We shouldn't need to do that at all anymore. Is that valid? What? What does this mean to go? So, right, username is still tied in here. Okay, well, we should be able to do this one. So there's this idea of whether or not account settings are valid, and we should probably still have some part for this, but I'm not trying to get it done right now, as we're trying to just rewrite all the settings, and make the settings work better, which is kind of annoying, but it's a thing. What the hell is this widget named? Because username should be in here by default. Yeah, okay, it's just named username. All right, so in our constructed protocol username, right? Same deal, right? So if disconnected is true, the sensitive property will be set to true, right? So if disconnected on the count is true, the sensitive property will be set to true. If disconnected is false, sensitive will be false. But that should take care of this. Sensitive. The rows are a little different. We're going to have to deal with that in a different way. Make sure username is sensitive. Yep, we don't care about that. That should all be tied to whether it's on the thing. We have an account, populate its values. Did I ever have to register with the whole trademark copyright process for Pidgin? So you can have and use a trademark and claim ownership to it without registering it, and that is the state we are in. Registering the trademark, it's complicated. There's some weird stuff. We're not doing it that way. Usually people respect names, but others say do, which is pricey. The legal side of tech projects so confusing to you. It literally makes you tired from being stressed. Yeah. A couple of years ago, AWS released a command line based container tool called Finch. So we have another user interface called Finch, which maybe you know about, maybe you don't. We don't advertise it well because I don't know. Finch has been around since like 2007, and most people don't know about it because we don't talk about it. But whatever. Anyways, so as part of that, we had to have our lawyer talk to their lawyer and come to an agreement, blah, 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 that, you know, our projects are different enough. It's not a big deal. And we came to an agreement, right? That's just something you have to deal with. So, yeah. AWS stealing open source projects is different. Like, they're not technically stealing per se, but like they're definitely not being good stewards, right? Like taking Elasticsearch and productizing it without, you know, donating back to the project is just a dick move. But like they didn't actually violate the licenses, right? So like they didn't steal anything. They just did a dick move, right? It's no different than like if I had the resources to be able to spin up and do managed Kubernetes on DigitalOcean, Amazon with EKS, Linode even has it, GCP has it, Azure has it, right? Like nobody cares about paying for them and they're running managed Kubernetes because they hire people to work on Kubernetes. They give Kubernetes project money, right? But like when it comes to Elasticsearch and Postgres and whatever else, I can't think of the other ones. Like, well, actually, that's not fair. Amazon definitely puts money back into Postgres, right? But like they just support the projects, right? Product ties it, fine, but like you need to be able to support the project. Yeah. Right. So like I know AWS employs Postgres developers to keep Postgres running, doing long-term support by backporting fixes, stuff like that. AWS does that, right? And that's fine, right? That's totally cool, right? Like if you want to sell hosted, managed Postgres and you're doing that, that's fine. That's not a problem, right? But it was the stuff like, so let's back up. Part of the other problem is the quote unquote open source of some of these other projects. What was the other one? There was another big one. It wasn't Elastic was a kind of big one, but there was another one. I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was Mongo. I don't remember. But like, there's this problem where like you get these startup companies that are venture capital backed, and they build something and they release it as open source with the intent to rug pull it later and change the license, right? And like, what is there's a project that like wasn't accepting contributions from the public, and then like they cried foul when AWS made like a managed version of it, and they're like, well, we can't make any money now, blah blah blah. Well, it's like, well, how were you, what was your business plan before this, right? SQLite, I think, takes contributions, but their contribution rules are really, really weird. And a lot of people have issues with them because, like, their contribution rules are very Christian, or maybe it's just Catholic. And it's like rule 3 is like, you must believe in our Lord God, blah 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 blah. And a lot of people are like, yeah, no, whatever, right? It's fine. But yeah, like there's all this stuff out there. Like a lot of the people that were crying foul of the Amazon stuff were people that were gonna rug pull shit later anyways, and they had no viable business plan except to rug pull you and try to force you to pay for it later. And Amazon just, made it part of their offering. So like problem solved itself. I don't know. Your brother was working at Elastic when all the BS was going down with some crazy time. Yeah, like the Elastic stuff is weird. But like who else was doing the business source safe license or whatever it is? And some other stuff, right? And it's just, I don't know. There's plenty of open source projects out there that are server-based things that use the AGPL or even the GPL, and they sell you on support and keeping your stuff running and stuff like that. And it's fine. It's not a problem. But like, if your business model is like trying to compete with AWS, like, you're good luck, right? Yeah. But the Anubis review board thing, would it be possible to not have Anubis active for logged in users? Yeah, maybe. I got to talk to them and try to figure stuff out. I mean, that, or if you want to look at configuring it for it or something. I think there's a way to have it look for a specific cookie. But I haven't dug through the docs. But I'm pretty sure it's there. We will leave the password one there. Excuse me. Row sensitivity, required password, row, that's 2 matches. $5.70. Oh, I deleted it. Right. Anubis. Don't prompt cookie. Anubis. Why is this? This is. Anubis. Check for cookies. Cookies. Configuration. Expression-based rule matching. Most of the Anubis matchers let you match individual parts of requests and only those parts in isolation. In order to defend a service in depth, you often need to ability to match multiple aspects of the request. Anubis common expression language. User agent do something. No user agent deny any blocks. Variables exposed. Query path method load. Host headers. I guess it'd be in headers. Yeah, like there's some way in here to do it. I am no way awake enough to be able to do this, but there's something for it. No, so like as you like oh, that's not what I want, right? Do I really not have any cookies right now? What the fuck? Shouldn't this show up here? Where are cookies here? I don't remember. Do I have to go to the request first? So yeah, so like if we have an RB session ID cookie, that should be enough to do it. I don't know how to tell Anubis to check for that. First time you saw Anubis, you thought you were getting hacked by the website you were on. The anime character was not something I've ever seen from a web server. Yeah, I mean it's a little weird. Whatever. Right? Could be worse. The problem I had was I realized what it was doing, but I couldn't find where to read the name. And since it, it takes a certain amount of time for it to happen, it was just like, what was that? Like, how do I do this? Cool. So these are just tied to the setting, right? And all that extra bullshit code is gone, right? Fuck. Like I said, I thought we fixed that, but clearly we didn't. But yeah, so those two are there. That's cool. That's using the binding group. I wonder why that border radius stuff got cut off weird. I'm wondering how we would do. Yeah, I guess we would have to create a new binding group for the settings. Yeah. Only flash for a second before it passed your long, so you only saw the. Yeah, exactly. There needs to be like a pause button. You're like, wait, hold on. All right, so there's still some more cleanup here, but it's 420. All right, so we added 16 lines, we deleted 50, and there's still more deletions to do, which is good. An action callback. But yeah, so these binding groups and the signal groups are actually really cool. Because they just work. They do your things. Oh, actually, we need to try a new account. And make sure that looks okay. Accounts, account manager, add. Yep, cool. Everything's here. It's sensitive, blah, blah, blah. And we're going to say IRC. Right, we're not connected. We're going to go demo. Yep, cool. Go back here. Grab my IRC. Yep. This only does the username and the protocol, but this is just, a proof of concept to getting this part here, moving from there, and making sure that's good. But all right, let's do some of the other cleanups quick. Actually, we don't need this anymore, do we? Where that comes from the UI file? Protocol. Yeah, this should be able to go away. We'll see the thing here. Protocol change callback. Right, all of the bindings and property stuff in GTK 4, it's in GTK 3 as well. Like, we didn't know it because we were still, very well versed in GTK 2, but not 3 or 4. So, you know, as we're learning this stuff, we're taking advantage of it because you can see the difference here. Mm-hmm. Okay, yep. That all looks good. Go back. Demo looks fine. Disable the demo account. Okay, yep. Then it became re-available. Rename. We change this. Huh. Okay, yep. That's a problem. Yep, have a good one, Ivanhoe. Catch you later. I should have been gone an hour ago too. This should be G sync create and bidirectional. And then that should fix that problem. We don't need the thing anymore. Oh, no, that is a problem. I'm gonna edit the account. Demo. Shit. All right. I don't know. I'm way too tired. I need to get out of here. It's just I'm not thinking right, and I'm not gonna get thinking any better until I go to sleep. Well, until after I sleep. See, can't even fucking find the right words. That's what it is. 100%. That's what it is. Yeah, I mean it is 4:30 here, so it is way past time for me to go to bed. Anyways, we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna go raid Mr. Robotic Head. He was here earlier in the stream. You all know him. It's cool. He's doing his thing. If you don't want to join the raid, you can go ahead and hit cancel above the chat. Otherwise, there's nothing else you need to do. YouTube, you can find a link to him right over here. I'm not sure if he's on streaming on YouTube or not. I don't know. I'm too tired to figure it out. You can tell me and let me know. Words are heard, ermagirds. I'm going to birds to get some zerds. And yeah. Anyways, thank you everybody for coming by tonight. Be sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube and hit the notification bell for your desired level of notification. Meantime, you can find links to all my social media right over here. I do post on my Mastodon when I'm going to go live. Let me know if you actually like follow me on Mastodon and stuff. So like, should I keep posting there or not? I don't know. Either way, you can also join us on the officially unofficial Pidgin Discord, which you can find a link to right over here as well. So thank you everybody for coming by tonight, and until next time.